Okay, so we are getting into session 10 of Wrath of the Black Prince, which sadly only has the three of you, because Chain is currently injured and recovering and will soon be going off on his own little side adventure. So we'll see what happens there. I've got to resolve that with him between the sessions because he's doing exciting stuff and moving house and all of that. So session 10, I'll give you a quick summary of stuff so far. So our heroes are currently on their way to the Mistlands. Well, actually, no, they're in the Mistlands now, aren't they? Seeking the first of 4 Umbral Blades to complete their quest. On their journey so far, they recovered a dark shard that fell from the sky, which is carried by Hannah, and were forced to take refuge in Greyhaven to recover after an unpleasant ordeal in Nerrickle. Departing Greyhaven and entering the Mistlands, our heroes passed through blighted, mist-covered moors and through destitute villages. At night, the sound of a mighty engine plagued their sleep.
Oh,
yeah. As they journeyed, they interrupted Lord Acheron's depraved hunt, the heroes rescuing a peasant from that wicked Lord of Bilehall, but are in turn only spared the entertainment of the hunt by the timely arrival of Lady Vetus, another of the Lords of Bilehall. Now the heroes find themselves her guests in one of the many Gothic castles of the mist-shrouded city. Right, very quickly. So, I just want to try a little change with how I'm running Sybil in encounters. What I don't want to do is sort of slow down what's going on with you guys going forward, and in combat, any extra person can slow things down. Had sort of intended that she'd just use like buffing spells and stuff, which is fine, but I really, really don't want to slow things down. And sort of, I hadn't anticipated that you'd want to include her in the party until a little later in the story, because Hannah found out quite early that Sybil was relevant. So what I'm going to try, just going forward, is during encounters, once per round, one player can get help from Sybil in whatever it is they're doing, okay? And that will just that'll be skilled or unskilled assistance on that check. She otherwise won't act, so she's primarily there just to help you. If you can come up with a reason in which she helps you and describe that, then you get the extra dice. That's how I'll run her going forward. She can still be attacked.
Right.
I'll obviously keep track of where she is, but that's how that one works.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Good.
Is she in our own room? Have we all been put in separate rooms?
Yes, you have all been put in separate rooms. I'll clarify all of that just as we kick off. Yeah, but she has. The only other note is if you've gained her trust, which at the moment is Ven and Hannah, then whenever she's providing you with unskilled assistance, you get 2 boosts instead of 1.
Yeah.
Okay, just to sort of reward people who've managed to gain her trust, basically.
Yay.
Okay. Right, so before we start, can I get Ven and Hannah to roll a D100, please? Just to irritate DBH some more.
I'll use
and I'll just check whether the recording is fully tracked.
No.
What did you get? Oh, Amy got
3.
44. DBH got 3. Oh dear.
Difficult to get much lower.
It is harder to get lower. Okay then. Just like last session, okay, you start to feel your patience fraying. All of your flaws come more to the forefront than they would usually, and you find yourself becoming more quickly angry and irritable for an unclear reason. The others might notice this. You are unlikely to, as it sort of just manifests as you being in a really bad mood a lot of the time.
But he's in a bad mood anyway, so that's fair.
Whenever you suffer strain for any reason, voluntary or involuntary, you will suffer 1 additional strain for the rest of the session. Okay. Right. So, but you've all been. So we'll kick off. With this sort of second half of chapter 4, Court of Blood. This might finish Court of Blood. I think it'd be good if it did, but we'll see.
For TPK.
I said this at the start of last session because I thought we'd get slightly further, but then the Barghest encounter was real slow, and I hold no responsibility for that. So this session, rather than, because I said this at the start of last session, this session could really explore Genesys being a really narrative system. There's lots of scope for being creative, and please do use story points to introduce elements of narrative, especially when we get to a sort of planning phase, which is upcoming. Okay, that's what they're there for. Kind of, let's see what we can do with this system and have fun with it. Cool. So you've all been brought to Castle Vetus. You've all been taken off to different rooms by these mostly mute servants. These are comfortable, lavish rooms that are warm and dry, fires in the hearth, and you're all given steaming hot baths with scented salts and so forth. It's all quite luxurious. It's all quite pleasant, but in difficult circumstances all the same. For anyone who, well, actually for all of you, you can make a simple cool or discipline check to recover some strain. And unless you openly resist taking a bath, you get 2 boosts on the check.
Oh, I don't need any. I'm 0 strain. So
0 strain, you're alright.
Looper will take a bath. He's a cat person. Do people take baths?
I imagine they do, yeah.
Yeah, let them take a bath.
Feed themselves.
Hannah definitely does take a bath.
Hannah takes a bath. Good.
They're going to cool check, yeah?
Cool or discipline, whichever you'd prefer.
What's the difficulty? Nothing.
Nothing. It's simple. It's just to recover some strain. So you recover.
And if you take a bath, you get the 2 boosts.
Yeah, add 2 boosts for that.
Oh.
Rolling after the fact never works.
Oh.
So.
Yeah. Oh.
1 advantage, 1 success. What does that do?
You recover 1 strain. 1 strain.
No, great.
And with your advantage,
Better than none.
I mean, you feel a little calmer. Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of an ordeal. This is some of the most sort of pleasant circumstances you've been in for a while, really, for a long while. Wow, then.
I just wanted to see.
Okay. I'll tell you what.
Share that out between us.
I'll tell you what. With your 5 advantages, the sort of negative effects that I've just told you about, they don't take effect until slightly later. Okay, you've warded them off. You've warded them off. At least for this encounter. After they're not his target, so you won't suffer the extra.
You can pretend he's not here and be like, oh.
Yeah, he's chill. He's chill. He's relaxed.
That was worth doing then.
That was worth doing. Yes. He's a very cool character.
He is rather. As cool as a cucumber. So after you've had your baths, you're all provided with fresh clothes. That you discover are perfectly fitted to your size. So you find that they fit, should you put them on, very comfortably, and they're very fine. Probably sort of doublet and trousers or doublet and hose kind of ordeal in silks and velvets of of probably a blue and silver colour. Which you are encouraged to put on. And then, once you are dressed,
Is it like an old school Terrinoth style?
Yes.
Could I deduce?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. Go ahead and make a knowledge check for me. I'm just deciding whether I think this should be law or geography. I think we'll go with geography. Go ahead and make a knowledge geography check.
Better at that. How difficult is it?
Ease. Yeah, okay. Easy, but 2 setbacks because of conflicting dates and historical stuff. Okay.
That's fair. So easy was it, yeah?
Easy, yeah. 1 purple, 2 blacks. Go with that.
No.
Okay, no successes.
We're just not recognise the style.
Okay. You think the style looks quite fetching, but that's it.
Nice.
Okay.
It's good.
Yeah,
It's a good style.
Yeah, you might either sort of think, oh, maybe Terrinoth's styles aren't as bad as I thought they were. Kind of that kind of thought, if that makes sense. So you sort of make the assumption this is Terrinoth garb, and you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. This is quite nice.
Timeless.
Yeah, timeless, yeah. Okay. Anything from anyone else before you're sort of encouraged downstairs?
No, not really. I think Luffy's just going to enjoy the relaxing bath and try and clean his fur as best he can. Maybe trim it a little bit.
Yeah. There's all the tools for grooming, so he can do all of that.
Freshly shapen.
And it's been a long time since you've been away from the sort of muck, so there's probably a lot for everyone to get through.
I can't imagine gnomes actually have much facial hair, but I can imagine it's starting to ever so slightly come through as these horrible little crispy patches. It gets rid of all that.
Yeah.
I feel like Hannah makes sure, thoroughly cleans her hair, and when it's dry, she'll plait it in an elven style into braids, into braids that she winds up. Something like that. So it's fancy.
She might find that the dress that she's given is obviously of a more human style than the elven style. So, which I imagine it just means it's kind of bigger and less easy to move in.
Yeah, which she doesn't like very much.
It's not huge. It's not sort of those massive Victorian heavy things, but it's definitely bigger and less sort of elegant and easy to move in. I feel
like she wishes there was 2 slits down the side of the skirt so she could actually move more in it.
Yeah. Okay, and then these silent servants, or they don't speak much, servants, usher you downstairs. And you end up sort of all meeting one another and seeing one another in your respective formal outfits, which looks a bit unusual potentially for a few of you, at the sort of the main staircase within the castle. It's sort of stone steps with a luxurious rug on them that run up to a first level and then sort of up on either side. Do you get what I'm describing there? So it goes up and then up like that, and then splits up with this sort of central. So you meet on that sort of platform, that halfway down platform, beneath a crest, a large crest, just carved into the wall behind you. One by one, you'll sort of arrive there. Sybil's there too. She looks a bit uncertain in her dress, and is pleased to see the rest of you again. It looks like someone has done her hair up, so that's also come up above her head in a sort of more traditionally Terranothian style.
Then I don't want to do this because she's an NPC, but Ven would probably Sybil, you are a Terranothian and a noble family? See?
Yes, Sybil Quarantine. I was never very much of a noble, though, as my mother would keep telling me.
Do you know what the crest is?
This one? She turns to have a look at the sort of stone crest and looks at it, shaking her head. She says, "No, I don't recognise this one. It doesn't appear to be in a Terranothian style. Look at this. Look at the wording around the bottom. That's not even common."
Oh, what is it? Do any of us know?
Do any of us know what it is?
Then it is Lorimoran.
Oh God!
It reads,
What does it say?
The wording inscribed underneath on like a scrolly bannery kind of carvy thingy reads "Aut invenium viam aut facium," which then can translate as "I will either find a way or make one." To further describe the crest that you can see, it's quartered. It doesn't have colours, so you can't tell what colours it's supposed to be, but it's quartered. And in the top left is an icon of a dagger, a very distinct sort of leaf-shaped dagger, which Ven would recognise as a parazonium. And on the bottom right is a silver bowl. Or a bowl. You would know silver, would you?
A bowl.
A parazonium, then, is a traditional and symbolic dagger carried by leaders of Lorimoran armed forces. It's kind of a ceremonial, morale-boosting, symbolic thing that they carry until the fight starts, or until they come under danger. Then they're given a sword. But until that point, they use the parazonium. It's said to give courage.
Okay. Well. Is there anything in the other quarters?
No, those are blank.
No. Cool.
So a parazonium and a bowl. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Probably. Does the bowl have any significance that you can think of?
Not really. And him looking at it, based on the style of the bowl, he could guess that this was probably designed to look like a silver bowl, as in that's just the sort of style that you'd expect to see. Expect to see that shape of bowl to be made out of silver, or made out of pewter and then coloured to look like it was silver.
This is actually it is a Lormorian crest, which is strange to see in the Mistlands.
Lorimer, that's where you're from, isn't it?
See, I haven't seen anything from my home in the Terrinoth.
What does this say then?
I guess you could have translated as I will either find a way or create one. And, the dagger is a military thing. I was feeling so calm.
Oh, okay. You know how it is.
As he feels his cool wearing off.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
No, I did not.
It was only the other day that you were missing your homeland.
And now it is here in front of you.
The world has a strange way of screwing with us, you might say. I'm sure Shane would have some Kelosy thing to say.
Probably. I suppose we shouldn't keep them waiting.
Well, smiles on.
Descending to...
Lupus.
Oh, yeah? Go on.
Lupus kind of adjusting his random ceremonial robes because they're sticking to his skin a little bit. It's a little bit too much. He's feeling a little bit like he's enclosed, but he's keeping it on just to,
Are you all
they pretty
poofing?
nice. But yeah, he's a bit. He's a bit too much on show for his liking.
It's a bit crazy. Right. Descending to the Great Hall, as bidden by the servants, you enter to dine with the lady of the house. Here in this grand Gothic hall, you find a long table illuminated by candlelight, spread with a veritable feast of cooked meats, vegetables, and pies.
Mm-hmm.
Crystal wine glasses and silver cutlery adorn each place upon a clean white tablecloth. Already seated at the table's centre, Lady Vitas awaits you, her battle dress replaced by an elegant gown of blue silk. "Come, sit, eat. You must be famished," she says, with a smile.
Ben sits.
Thank you very much for providing us with a place to wash and these fine pieces of clothing.
Oh, you are quite welcome. In return, perhaps I might have your names.
I am Hannah from... I can't remember. The I'm Helen.
Hannah of the I'm Helen. Welcome to Castle Vitas.
I am a Venus de Silvestore. I am from Lorimer.
Venus de Silvestore. Now there's a name.
I am
I've
Luther.
heard in a while.
It's not an uncommon name.
And your praenomen?
Just get it. Gaius.
Welcome, guys. And you are?
I'm Luther. Very nice to meet you. You have a very lovely home.
Thank you. You are very welcome to... Please don't stand on ceremony. Eat and drink. You must be parched and hungry from your travels. She also says hello to several members.
You don't
Is there a plate for her?
Is there a place for Sybil? Oh
No,
for
for
her.
the
No, she's not. She's
Pandora.
got a wine glass, but she's not eating.
Is it a glass?
It's a glass.
Yeah.
Yes. As opposed to.
Well, was it glass
Can we
or
see-
silver? Could we see the liquid inside?
Oh, it's glass.
Yep.
It's glass.
Yeah.
It's glass. It's glass.
Amy's on the same wavelength as me.
It's a glass. It's a glass.
Ben is not.
It's a glass. It looks like wine.
Okay.
It is wine, guys.
It is fine.
Tom, being of the disposition of Luther is in.
Yeah.
And having read this codex, can I see? And he's a cat to a degree. Can I smell to see if it smells like iron at all? If it has an irony smell?
What, the wine?
The wine, that's probably not wine, but probably is wine. Indulge me, my friend.
Okay. When you smell, unfortunately, all you can really smell is all of the perfume from the bath that you've just had, which is warping your senses a bit.
Thank you.
Swirling it around, like it moves like wine. It looks like wine. As far as you can tell, it smells like wine. And then if you taste some, it tastes like wine. It actually tastes like quite good wine. Then
I was actually more thinking about the liquid in her glass.
the liquid in
rather than
her
one of
glass.
mine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
From a distance, it looks like wine. It's
Okay.
a little harder to tell. Then,
Okay.
if you drink the wine, this is high quality Lorimoran wine.
Old. He drinks that. It is unusual to. It is unusual to have a taste of home so far from it. Have you spent the time in Lorimor?
Yes, once, long ago, I'm afraid.
How long ago?
My goodness, I do not count the years, but if my history is anything to go by, I was last in Lorim, let us say, before your second darkness. Before
How
the
many darknesses
Mistlands
have there
were
been?
as they are now. How long ago would that have been?
Oh. How many
Some time
darknesses have they
ago.
had?
There's been three. There's been three darknesses. The last one was like 1,000 years ago, and the other two were,
Oh god.
She's old as fuck.
were quite close to that. Let me just. I should know this off the top of my head, but I'm not that clever at that.
She created a fucking world. Do you see what the fucking creation story? It was her.
It was her.
She's before this was the Mistlands.
She is before this was Mistlands. That's what she's saying. Let me, because I've got this written down.
Jesus Christ.
We are currently in the 19th century. I used to be saying what the date was specifically, but the latest book I've picked up has confirmed to me that my guess was out by about 30 years or so. So I'm now just being a bit vague with dates.
Well, it's your world, it's fine.
Well, it's true, but I like to try and tie it in. Go on, where's Terrinoth calendar? Problem is, I use OneNote to make all my revision notes as well. So it's just a whole list of medical conditions and then some notes on Terrinoth.
While looking that up, where is everyone sat? Where do we think we are
where
sat
have you sat?
in relation to each other?
There were many places. There's probably space on this table for about 20, and all of the places were laid. She's at the head of the table, which is the middle of the table, as opposed to one end, facing the fire. So the fire is in front of her.
I'm sat facing the door we came in.
Okay.
I can imagine Ven probably sat either opposite or near, basically opposite. I mean, he's small. He wants to be able to actually see her.
Fair enough.
As in everything here, as I imagine, is made for people. Humans, even.
It is all made for people.
I imagine Hannah's just a few spaces down from Ben, so reasonably nearby.
Also, because Dan is not here, and I gave him the warding talisman before, I can imagine Ven taking it off him when he was, we were being ferried back to Bilehall. Is that all right?
That's fine by me, yeah. That's fine by
I don't think I'll need it, but...
Okay, so we're currently in the 19th century. The Third Darkness was in the 11th century.
What?
The Second Darkness was in the 6th century, and the First Darkness was in the 5th century.
She's been around for 11 centuries.
Yeah.
She said before the Second Darkness, didn't she?
She said before the Second Darkness. So
I don't know how long before the Second Darkness.
So at least 11 centuries. At least.
At least.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Empire crazy earth.
In reply to that, Hannah will say, "What a change it is to not be the eldest in the room."
Yeah,
as she says to her, and then takes a drink of her wine.
Quite so. And how do
we
you
know
cope with the endless passage of time?
I get to know the people within it. and see them come and see them go.
Are their lives not so tragically short?
But filled with many good things. They make the most of the time that they have. And that's what I like to see.
Perhaps. She sips from her wine.
So are you an elf like our friend?
No. I am as Lorimoran as you.
So you are from Lorimor. Is that your shield?
Yes, quite. I forgot. How rude of me. I am Lady Pandora Venestus Vitus.
Huh?
God.
Is that your ancestor?
Venestus sounds
Actually,
very similar.
Was it Pandora what?
Venestus Vitus.
Vitus. Mm.
The Venestus.
Does Vitus mean anything?
To you,
Sometimes the kind of last name means something.
it means life or vigor in Oromoran.
So.
That's probably what it means.
Mm.
Pandora, if we're going to go into it with what you know from your knowledge of Lorimoran, means all gifted.
All gifted. Mm. And is the Venestus, is that just very close to mine, or is it mine? Venestus.
That's the patriarch name. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's slightly changed, but you recognise that's the same
name.
root. That's the patrician name.
Yeah, same route.
Same patrician.
So we are from the same line.
So
It's been a long time. Been a long time since I have
a
a
sense
family.
of humour.
Seems so. At the moment, he doesn't fully know what to do here. Have you spoken? He says in Lormorian. Have you ever spoken to? Have you spoken Lormorian recently?
Not in many centuries, I think. As she speaks, you recognise that her dialect's quite archaic.
Odd.
Yeah. Like she speaks in a really old-fashioned Lorimoran dialect.
It's like someone from Rome speaking in modern-day Italy, where it sounds all weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your dialect sounds odd.
I could say the same to you.
Very true. Anyway, we should probably not speak that the others can't understand, but it is nice to
How
speak.
fares the White City?
I've not been there for a while. It
I
is.
imagine you have been there more recently than I.
That is true. It is fine as far as I can remember.
Good. So, it is a pleasure to meet you all, and I am glad to have helped liberate you from that odious so-called nobleman, Acheron. Makes a mockery of honor. I am sorry that I could not come to your aid more readily.
We are thankful that you could. It was a great honor to be saved by you. He has a strange way of thinking, it seems. Strange to us, at least.
He is a creature that believes might makes right, and that with power he can control anything and anyone. There are many in this city who agree, so I would take great care who you trust and where you go. But I am happy to offer you accommodation here, at least for the time being. Though I am curious, what brings 5 mortals into Bilehall at this late hour?
Do we have a story, guys?
I mean, you're the storyteller.
No. What? I could imagine he probably would have had some sort of thought on this before, but I don't know enough about the Mistlands or anything like that. Would there be a legitimate reason to come here as us? Would there be do people think that no one lives in the Mistlands? Is it somewhere that we could go because we're adventurers, we didn't know anyone lived here? Or...
there could be rumours of treasures in the Mistlands because it's so old, and that it's basically a barony that's kind of been destroyed by the mist and whatever else. There are rumours that there are magnificent treasures and things like that around, so that could be a story for us potentially as an idea.
Okay.
Ancient herbs, that kind of stuff. Yeah, sounds cool.
Yeah.
And that's kind of along the right lines because we are looking.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna go out on a limb and just try and think of something. Then we are here looking, following a lead to find a great treasure. We were told that was in one of the deep shadows of the Mistlands. There was rumors of a powerful rune shard that we are looking to seek. We knew it would be dangerous, but it is a great prize to find.
Okay. Roll deception.
Mm-hmm.
What is deception based on?
What would people go in the Mistlands for? I think a rune shard people would.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. Remind myself what social space. What social?
God, yeah, social rules. I've never actually really had to do this before.
Deception, vigilance. What is
Not as
vigilance?
deception. Not that great a deception.
Deception.
I apologise. I will pass you some dice.
I will be bumping up my deception at some point, but I was like, he hasn't outwardly lied yet. I don't like using loads of skills that I haven't used yet. I was like, how is he getting better at it?
It's great.
Anything else?
Just, I mean that is a reasonable story, so give yourself a boost, I suppose.
Oh, thank you. I might ask for a helping hand, because I think it's quite useful if we could lie to this woman.
Go for it.
Oh. Come on, dice gods. Oof.
Oh, he succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Lots of threats.
Oh shit.
So you seek something in the Mistlands. Well, you're not the first to come, although more are disappointed than successful here. A rune-bound shard, did you say?
Let's see.
I've not heard of one nearby.
That is disappointing. Perhaps what we were told was not true.
Perhaps not. Well, if I can be of any assistance, do let me know. Though I may ask something in return for my help.
Of course. I do have a one question, completely unrelated.
Please ask.
How many lords are in the Bilehall? Yourself and Acheron, are they the only ones?
Oh no, oh no. There are many lords and ladies of Bilehall. Near all here claim some manner of lordship. There are at least 12 castles of some note, and certainly more in the surrounding area.
The Bilehall is like a city, not a hall.
It is a city now.
Ah. Oh god. Is that good to know? Is there anyone in particular you would not like us to speak to? If we come across them.
I think beyond myself, you are unlikely to find a friendly face in Bilehall.
Good to know.
We were told of a story of a masquerade ball held in Bilehall.
Ah, see.
It is not an uncommon occurrence. What was your story?
That it is full of magnificent masks and gowns, and it is quite a sight to behold.
Well, the sight loses its charm when you've seen it so many times. But yes, there are those who say it is one of the most grand occasions ever to grace the face of Minara.
Would it be?
Is there one soon?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, go on.
Is there one soon? I did not think it would come up, so I did not think to ask. But yes, it is something we would love to see.
She pauses, sort of tilts her head, and says, "Yes, I believe there's one soon. Lord Acheron's masquerade."
Shit.
It would be.
Of course it would. Do we know when it would be? Did you say when it will be or just soon?
I know when it'll be, yeah.
Do you think we would be able to witness it?
Not without an invitation.
And how does one go about getting an invitation? Lupus says with his mouth full of food.
I can imagine.
Well, it's a little complicated. If it was something that you sorely needed, I could perhaps engineer some invitations for you. Although I won't do so simply to allow you to see such a thing. Far too dangerous for that.
The ball would be dangerous?
Quite so. It is not often that 4 warm-blooded folk walk into the masquerade of the Bilehall nobility.
Warm-blooded?
Yep. Yep. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I know, yeah, he's just like filing it away.
I don't know what you know of Bilehall, but we are all laboured with a curse here. You will find no sanctuary from any other noble but I.
Why only you?
I have a different outlook on my predicament.
Oh?
Perhaps we'll talk more of that later. So, how might I assist you in finding this treasure of yours?
Perhaps someone in the ball would know something. If we could attend it, we could ask. But if it is too dangerous for us to attend...
That is far too dangerous for you to attend. I can ask on your behalf.
See,
Would-
I will have to think about it.
Are the lords and ladies of Bilehall able to tell that we would be warm-blooded?
Quite so, yes.
How are you able to tell that?
In the same manner in which a wolf from the mountains knows where to find sheep for their supper. Servants have sort of been milling around, refilling your wine glasses. Lady Vetus is given a silver goblet.
Are there people wandering around? The servants, sorry.
Yeah.
Do they look human?
They look human, yeah.
So they're not like pale or anything as well?
They're a little gaunt and pale, yeah.
Do any of them have bite marks on their neck?
No. Not that you can really see their necks. They've probably got like sort of small ruff-like collars.
My God.
Just
Oh,
Yes.
God.
say everyone in a Bilehall is accursed. Is it the place that is accursed? Are we to be worried, or is it just you have all been accursed in the past?
She pauses to drink from her silver goblet. Sort of sighing slightly, contentedly after drinking. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is Bilehall itself accursed, or were you all accursed and have found this a place to be your home?
Well, long ago, Torvik accepted an offer from the Undying One. Ever since, we've borne the mark of that alliance. The city reflects the people within, I think.
Torvik. Does that ring a bell? Is that like a king from the first, before the second darkness?
No.
What was that?
Nathan Torvik. He came up when I did research in the Mistlands, when I was researching Bilehall. He says, I've written down Nathan Torvik became something horrid, vampiric creatures. So, like, Hannah is aware, and I think she would have shared that with you guys before we came. So we are all kind of aware that they are, vampires.
Yeah.
So it's just Torvik.
I think it probably then clicks in Ven's head, like, oh shit, she said something about vampire creatures. I'm like, so you are a children of a Torvik?
Children? No.
In a metaphorical sense.
Torvik was a senior noble, a lord of sorts over those of us who lived here long ago.
So you had already moved out of Loramore?
Yes, unfortunately so.
Why
Came
did you
here to
leave?
atone the actions of my sister and disgrace the family.
I would not wish to ask what your sister did, but I hope you managed to atone.
I rather fear I am still atoning for that, considering I'm still here.
Of course. Apologies. Are you looking for a way to not to be here then? Is there something we can aid you with? Not that I feel like we can.
There is one favour you could do for adventurers you truly are. But it would not be fair for me to ask you to do this for me, and I not do something for you in return.
Ben kind of shoots a look at Hannah and Luther in a kind of do-we, kind of like a
Oh, fuck this shit.
You guys having fun?
I mean, you already know I am going to say yes, let's do it, because this is so interesting and fascinating to me. Luther will probably do it as well because he's been reading up on vampirism and all that kind of stuff. So Luther's going to be probably, let's hear it out. Luther looks at you and goes, let's hear it out. See what she's what's to offer.
Does Hannah outright have a look of no upon her eyes?
She doesn't. She's kind of a bit wary. She kind of nods her head ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm. Like with your eyes, like
yeah. She's like nodding her head, but her eyes are saying, "Be careful."
Yeah.
It's worth me noting, since you're looking around at the others. Like, obviously, I haven't spoken to Sybil, but she absolutely would not have said anything at all. She's kind of got her eyes fixed on what's in front of her, but she hasn't eaten anything. She looks white as a sheet and appears to be absolutely petrified.
I can imagine she is, but it's kind of one of those things like, I'm just going to let her eat and just let her be quiet, and hopefully everyone will forget about her.
I feel like Hannah will whisper to her that she should try to eat some food. At some point, if she notices that she's not eating, she'll whisper.
She manages something, and then sort of mostly just pushes the food around her plate after that. She appears to have absolutely no appetite in this situation, and appears incapable of looking directly at Pandora.
You could help us in finding this treasure. If you have not heard anything about a rune-bound shard, perhaps we were wrong. We were heard it was a vast treasure, and unfortunately we assumed it would be a shard, but they said it was a shard?
I'm sorry, a shard?
We do not know. They said it was a treasure like a dagger, but we thought it was maybe some sort of a rune-bound shard that vaguely looked like a dagger, but the story was passed through a few people.
Oh, I see. So you seek a dagger?
We seek a treasure that some say looked like a dagger.
Do you know anything else about it?
I think some people may said it was a red, some people said it was a black, some said it was a clear.
We believe it may be cursed itself.
Interesting. Do you know anything else?
Other than it may have been the curse and the things I have said, we are not much sure. He didn't see the vision, so he says, like, I'm sure he knows exactly what you told him, but he was like, I didn't see it, so there's nothing outside the realms of the things he's been told.
There is one possibility. I'm just going to move while my chair creaks like mad. Which the recording will pick up loads. There is one dagger I can think of. The Dagger of Carn.
Carn?
Yes. Said to have been stolen from a Baron of Carthage long ago. A vicious, black little thing. Rumour says it shrouds the wearer in shadow, curses them, some such. I know a noble who owns this piece, holds it as a point of pride.
Oh.
Does that sound like what you see?
It sounds like some of the stories we have heard, the shadows, but they was very conflicting, so we did not know what to believe.
Then I fear Fortuna has frowned upon you, for 'tis Lord Acheron who holds the blade.
I had a fear it would be him.
Oh shit.
Is it very important to you?
Yes.
Then if I help you to obtain it, will you do something in return for me?
I think we'll have to. It's only fair.
We can try.
What I ask is but a small thing. All I require is that you carry something for me.
Not less.
Take it to one of your cities and place it in a specific location.
I'm glad that's not here.
What does it do?
It may do nothing, but I hope it has the desired effect.
And what's the intention?
What is the intention? Freedom. At long last, freedom.
Where would you need us to take this item?
I hear there is a flame in a city in the south. A city called Vale. Just place it within the flame.
Sounds reasonable enough.
What was the city called? Vale.
Bilehall Vale. It's one of the free cities of Terrinoth. You know that. Yeah. It's close to the border with the Amalin.
Do I know of the city quite well then? Or reasonably?
You
No,
would know
okay.
a couple of you'd know a couple of details. Like, for example, it is known for being where the Cathedral of Kalos is.
Eternal flame.
Glad you remember
my
stuff, DV8.
Oh my god.
It is
Just place it
somewhat,
in a flame, isn't it? Oh.
it is somewhat fortunate that Chain's not here.
Yes. And you said Ven's flaws and fears and stuff are amplified.
Yeah.
So that seems a reasonable thing to do.
It will be a small thing, no difficulty for you to carry.
An item for an item. That sounds like a fair deal.
Are we in agreement then?
See.
Good. Then, if you wish to steal the Dagger of Carn, your best opportunity will be at Lord Acheron's masquerade. I can secure you invitations, and I can produce an elixir that will steal your breath long enough
Oh God.
for you to pass as one of the lords or ladies of Bilehall. will not last forever. You must then find some way of obtaining the dagger you seek and absconding with all due haste. For I assure you, Lord Acheron will not take kindly to being tricked or stolen from.
I feel you are very correct in that.
For now, I think it is time for some rest. You all look so wearied.
Thank you so much for all your help and this fine food. He kind of looks to Sybil and kind of like, eat.
He just looks downcast.
Luther finishes bowl and is slightly looking at Sybil and looking to see if she wants B to eat her food for her. And will happily do so if she allows him to.
If she spots him sort of eyeing up her food, she will push her plate in his direction. Yeah.
He eats it.
Good job, Luther. Luther, recover 3 strain for your hearty meal.
Yeah.
It's good food. It's really good food.
It has been a pleasure speaking to you, Pandora Venestus Vitas.
Rest well, she says as she rises gracefully from her seat, still sort of cupping her silver goblet chalice.
With food around the scruff of his chin, Luther looks up and goes, "Thank you so much for a nice food. It's very nice to, be here and stay in your lovely house. I would love to speak to you about a few things tomorrow, if that would be okay. But for now, obviously, I would like to, rest. But thank you again."
Yes, I imagine you will. Very curious book you're hearing.
Oh, you know it.
It has a presence. With that, she sort of glides out of the room, and you find yourselves encouraged to shuffle off towards your bed chambers.
Then, using the cutlery to eat when they're ushered, he will then just kind of like slip the cutlery into his sleeve.
Sure.
And try and take the crystal glass with him to his room.
He can carry it, like they're not going to stop.
Yeah, just drinking it. There's still stuff in it.
Yeah, there's still wine in it. That's perfectly reasonable. Okay, you're all sort of guided up to your bedchambers, and by nature separated out again. So that night, you sleep. How much sleep you get is kind of up to your sensibilities, really, because it's unusual circumstances. It's very comfortable, but of course, some thoughts might circulate around your heads that you might get eaten in the middle of the night. So it's up to you how comfortable you all are. At night, you hear that engine grinding again, and can't be certain if it was in a dream or awake. And Hannah, if you sleep, you have your dreams again of the ruined Elven Tower. Okay.
Yeah. I asked Sybil whether she would rather share my room with me so that she's not alone, because she looks petrified.
She does look petrified. She would prefer to sleep in your room, but the servants do not seem to be facilitating that.
Oh. What do you mean?
Well, yours is just there's only one. There's only one bed.
No, I presumed it was a large bed.
What is a large bed?
Like one big bed.
Oh, okay. So she would share. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
A
Okay.
4-poster.
Yeah.
Well, they don't stop you. They don't physically stop you. So if that's what Hannah encourages, then yes, Sybil would prefer not to be on her own.
Yeah.
She stays pretty white-faced and petrified, like she's seen a ghost.
But she has.
Kind of. Right.
Can,
yes.
Are we allowed to leave our room in the middle of the night?
The rooms are not locked, so the answer to that one would be yes. The castle is extremely spooky at night. And it very quickly becomes obvious that you are being followed by a servant. You do.
I think Ven would probably like the fact that he's being followed, because I think he wouldn't be able to get much sleep, and in the middle of the night he would leave and just go to his friends' rooms and kind of just listen to make sure, like, just kind of look for, he would just to keep his mind going, he would just be like, okay, that's where they are, and just, I can't imagine he would have got much sleep at all. I don't mind him getting some strain for that.
Yeah, you will do.
You hear Luther's room before you see the Luther's door. That's how knocked out he is.
It's like, okay, he's snoring, perfect.
Okay, so that night, everyone who sleeps recovers all of their strength and 1 wound. Anyone who doesn't starts the day with 3 strengths. Okay, and I think that's a good place to pause to top up drinks. So I'm going to pause the recording now. Continuing on. So you've all had your night's rest, except for Ven, who's been up all night. That's fine. And it's a new day. It's actually the first of Prim Averall now, so the first of a new month. And you are somewhat left to your own devices. You don't see much, if any, of Lady Vetus, but servants keep an eye on you whatever you do, really, keeping themselves in the background. So now really is the point at which you guys are going to need to come up with a plan. Now, we'll see how this goes, because it's sort of up to you to come up with it. What's important is that you sort of, and this can be done in character, this can be done semi-out of character. It's usually best with a little bit of both, a little bit of sort of embodied narrative storytelling, where you guys need to sort of ask questions of me, in a sense, or say, how would I find out the answer to this, or something like that, and then come up with a plan to get the answers to the questions that you're going to need answers to in order to do the thing that you want to do, which is steal the Dagger of Carn. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's easiest to say that you will manage to get together somewhere to have a chat, and you might want to have an in-character conversation about other stuff as well. That's also fine. And if you've got other goals, Luther, if you want to talk about stuff with Lady Vetus, that's also fine. We'll just figure those out as we go forward. But I think that the big nut to crack at the moment is your plan. So, things you are going to want to answer are, what are you trying to do? Steal Dagger. How are you going to do that? Steal it. What's in your way? It's worth thinking about what might be in your way, what might get in the way. It's worth thinking about
loads of vampires.
it's worth thinking about how you're going to get access. I mean, which is basically this masquerade. That's your aim. What do you have to work with? So what skills have you got? How can you best use them? Ven is good at talking, and Ven's got a heroic ability where he can get help out of people. Those are good, useful things. You can also spend story points to have useful things, add things to the narrative. That's what they're useful for. What don't you know? For example, where is the dagger kept? That would be a really useful thing to know. What's guarding it? What could go wrong? And then what comes next? You're going to need a plan to escape as well. So, take it away, really.
It's the first thing we would want. Well, what are our obstacles first? Vampires, locked doors.
Knowing what a masquerade is, having never gone to one before.
Sure, Ven. Surely Ven would fill you in. It's just a party with masks.
Being new, surely they know each other. The random 4 people that has never walked in before.
We're masks.
Yeah, we're wearing masks, so that helps. So the whole point of wearing the mask is so people don't know so people don't know each other. Also, we don't want to be around people too much because they may realise we're not one of them very quickly. So really, we kind of want to get in and then get into the shadows.
Into the shadows.
Find out what they do in the shadows. So we need to figure out where it is. How would we find out where it is? We could talk to servants, but the servants don't seem particularly talkative, and I don't think we should trust them.
In my vision, it said, I saw it. I saw a golden goblet filled with blood and a black dagger lying upon a red cloth. I don't know if that helps, but...
Depends. Do we think the vision is literal or do we think it is metaphorical? Because if they are vampire-esque thing, the red cloth could mean blood. But the golden chalice might mean that it's in somewhere where he would normally drink from a chalice, maybe. So then it might be in his like personal thing. Pandora said he takes great pride in it, so it may be on display, or it may be hidden in his personal chambers.
It's hard to know what we're looking for without having been in his palace before.
We're looking for a prominent.
It's hard. It's hard to make necessary plans without knowing really what it is we
But we can always
blueprints. So it's asking Pandora, is his home similar to hers? And if we do that, then we can basically maybe plot ways through, back out, that kind of stuff. It's hard to just walk in and go, oh, we're going to do this now, because we're going in.
Well, that's
very blind.
You're identifying what you need to know, and then you just need to come up with ideas for how you get that information.
We could ask Pandora,
which is why I just said what I said. So we can ask Pandora.
Well, once we've got the information, so once we know what the floor plan is like, we can come up with a route that does this, basically. So it's sort of up to you to come up with ideas of how you would get the information you know. And you have story points, which allow you to add things to the narrative that help you. That's a good, useful thing for them.
Finding out the layout, probably Pandora.
Yep.
We think Pandora's the easiest way to get a layout.
She might know. Yeah.
What else do we need to know?
She might know where we'll find it, because you said that. Yeah. She said that she was that Akron is proud of it and has it on display, so she might know like where that usually is.
Yeah, she might have seen it, so she might know exactly where it is. What else do we need to know? Well, we need to know if there's going to be any other obstacles there. What is there guards and stuff during the masquerade? Yeah. Magics. Does he have does he know magic, or does he have anyone in his employ that could have done some sort of protection around it or something?
Yeah.
Is it his masquerade, or is it a masquerade they do every century and they just share it around? That's information that'd be cool, because if it's his masquerade all the time, then he maybe has a set pattern of behaviors that he follows. And if not, then is there a protocol that everyone has to follow?
Yeah, what normally happens at his masquerade.
Really good thought.
Yeah, because if he does he was a speech.
I'm a rogue, man.
Good. Now's your opportunity to shine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not lean into that with Lutheran. You keep doing it.
It's fine.
We're literally doing a heist.
I think of this kind of like not being our characters. We're kind of our characters, but also not.
You're chatting as players at the moment, right?
Yeah.
I'm chatting as players, man. Here we go.
What else? Trying to escape.
Yeah, I was going to say
let's say a Bible escape route.
No, we're going to get out.
Is there horses we can get to escape? If we're stealing a dagger, I might as well steal horses. I mean, I've got one. It's not very fast. I've got a donkey.
Yeah.
Once we escape, how far is his castle away from the borders of Terrinoth, because we crossed them somehow, it would be unwise to come back to here. So once we leave, and we escape.
Oh yeah. If we get it, I was thinking we just leave.
We dip.
Yeah.
From wherever this weird fucking vampiric place is.
Yeah.
Can vampires fly?
Do you have any special abilities?
Well, I'm just thinking if we're escaping on horses and they can just fly, then it's like, well.
True.
Is that likely to change your trying to escape on horseback though?
No, because
I mean, they were on horseback earlier. They were on horseback earlier.
That's true, they were.
I think it's a really good question.
I think
I don't think it's going to change.
That's more for flavour.
What else? So we need to get in. She's going to give us a potion, so then they don't sense that we're mortal.
Mm-hmm.
Then
does he have any weaknesses himself?
How long the potion lasts? She didn't tell us.
We need to know how long. Yeah, we need to know how long the potion lasts.
5 minutes.
How long it lasts, and is there any side effects afterwards? Because if it knocks us out afterwards, we're fucked.
Yeah, that's worth knowing.
So we need
what
to get
his weaknesses are, if he has any weaknesses.
We don't want to be. I mean, we saw Chain got completely wailed upon. I don't think combat.
No, we're not. No. Again, it's not planning for combat. It's planning if combat happens.
If combat happens, we run.
Yeah.
We run.
I think that's short-sighted. Personally, I think we need to know if he has any weaknesses at all. The reason why is because running is a great option. If we get caught, we are fucked because we have no knowledge of how weak he is or how strong he is. And if he has no weaknesses, then we have to know that we might die.
I worry asking about weaknesses of a vampire. Asking a vampire about weaknesses of a vampire might not get us very good information. Because his weaknesses are likely Pandora's.
Just as my thought, I think it's a good question. What I will say though, you got this little planning phase here, then you'll have a phase to do the legwork, to set up, to make the checks, to get the answers, to set the stuff up that you need. You will have limited time, so you'll have a limited number of questions and answers you can get. So it's worth thinking: what can we get an answer for, and what do we not push for an answer for?
So we need to prioritize.
Yeah, you need to know what do we need to get done.
The main thing we need is where it is.
Mm-hmm.
That is the highest of priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think best way to escape is second priority?
Layout of his house, I think, is second.
Well, I think that's first, like where it is and the layout, kind of like that. If we can get a layout with X marks the spot, that would be great. But like getting in and getting out, I think are the main ones, because if we don't get it, we need to get out. If shit turns sideways, which it eventually will. It would be good if we could learn if he has any weaknesses, physical or social. I just worry we're not going to have time to find that out, or I don't think we will be able to find it out.
It's not about asking about vampiric weakness. I think the social weakness is a good tactic, because you can lean into the fact that they're not really friends, and so it's about getting one over on him rather than getting one over on vampires.
So I suppose we could, if we go along your vein of ask like what happens at the balls, and is there anything we should watch out for? Like for him, has he got any buttons we shouldn't push?
Yep.
What about the potion? How important do we think asking about the potion is?
How long it lasts? I'm hoping she'll tell us when she gives it to us, but it's a good thing to ask.
That's one of those offhanded questions you can ask. That's one of those when she gives to us. Like that's one of those. Oh, how long does it last, by the way? It's one of those.
She gives it to us.
I can imagine. You have met Tom, right?
I can imagine they'll be delivered by servants, so I can't imagine we'd actually have the chance to ask her.
I have met Tom, and I rely on his faith and his Christianity, and
bringing the faith into it.
Oh dear. I completely phased out. I don't even know what this is in relation to. So I may have to watch this one back. Because I was.
No, I think it's something that we may have to ask. I think it's something we may have to ask if we get a chance to. I think the weaknesses is probably higher priority than the potion because, I mean, we're having to take the potion either way. So, and we're going to be trying to do it as quickly as possible anyway. But if we can ask it, I think we definitely should. I can't think of like obstacles and stuff. We can ask her, and then hopefully it all comes as one thing. It'll probably depend on the check.
The next thing is now, before we ask her these questions, is figuring out. And this is quite meta, and obviously it's against me. But what the fuck are our good skills? Ben is amazing at talking. I am reasonably good at healing and doing weird magic that is similar to theirs, I would say, but weirdly. We were in the same ballpark. Hannah's is making shit happen.
Yeah, I'm probably the stealthiest. I am small.
I think it's got to be you, someone like you doing the actual stealing.
Yeah, I am quite small, and
yeah,
he's relatively good at being unseen compared to the rest of you. But he's still not like amazing.
There is Sybil as well. You can rely on her as help. It's just help in what you're doing, or you can try.
She's quite slight. So.
She is small.
Is she very agile?
No. She's not undexterous. She's,
no, she's not always falling over.
She's not. She's not really.
Ven is mainly charming. That's his last name.
Oh, what about like where is his castle?
That's true. Yeah, I was thinking there's one thing is if we can ask one of the servants and then scope it out from a window if we can see it. If not, I'm just trying to think of stuff that we don't have to rely on Pandora to get. So, like seeing if there's a stable just outside or something like that. And there's gonna, Ven's gonna have to talk to people. I can imagine while the characters are discussing, he'll probably be like trying to avoid talking about how they're going to talk to people. He feels like it's a bit out of his depth, but like seeing if there's anyone else that is against Acheron, as much as we shouldn't trust anyone, but it's not trusting people. It's just kind of like, if we need to stir some shit, who do we stir it with? Type thing.
I don't think it's only Pandora from what she said.
Yeah,
it's her and everyone else is a little bit.
Potentially, they might still not like each other. They might just have they might kill mortals on sight, but they might still hate each other. But yeah, I'm just trying to think. Is there anything else we can find out? Because I don't think it's basically been advised we don't leave this castle. Presumably, because we're mortals, so we can't do any looking just yet. But we could when we're there.
I don't think it's impossible for you to sort of like during the day. Things do happen outside. She's said be very cautious, but that shouldn't stop you from, for example, going out and trying to talk to someone who's in there. If you're careful, you might go away without that attracting interest. If not, you might not. So. You're not sort of stuck here with an inability to go out and do some kind of recce or talk to people who might work.
The clothing we're wearing, seem to be Lady Vitus's colours? Or like the servants wearing the same?
The formal clothing you were given for dinner was, yes, but you find that there is more nondescript clothing provided for you as well, also in exactly the size.
But she knew we were coming. Ben might propose that him and whoever wishes to accompany, but probably the lesser the better, just to scope out his castle, like the outside, not the inside, obviously, and just from afar kind of looking and seeing about a route out of the city, potentially wearing something of Lady Vetus's colours in case they get like confronted, and then they can at least say we're with her, and hopefully then.
I mean, there's ways of masquerade too.
Second?
I don't know. Do we know when the masquerade?
I mean,
The masquerade.
I thought Tom said
No,
where is it actually?
I didn't say. I didn't say when it was. The masquerade is tomorrow.
You have today to plan and tomorrow to set it up. Okay.
You've got this morning to plan, today to do the legwork, tomorrow to make any final changes, and then go.
So we want to stretch the planning out as much as possible, so then we have to end the session. We can spend XP.
No.
So
Right.
what we've got so far is questions for Pandora and maybe scouting out outside. Is there anything else?
Once we've done that, once we've worked all those answers out, I think maybe we should figure out what our roles are tomorrow.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
Luther will not be any very helpful with stealthing or being part of a stealing team, but I think he might be helpful in terms of the looking out team, which is very disappointing for me.
I mean, I think we're all going to have to go in, so we're all going to.
Yeah,
have
no,
to
we're going to be inside, but he'll be looking. I don't think he'll be. Unfortunately, stealing shit.
I mean, I think we all know Ben is going to be doing 90% of the talking. But outside of the talking, he's less helpful.
Okay.
So yes.
Do you have a bit of a plan of what legwork you need to do then? Or do you need some answers from Pandora first?
We'll ask Pandora first, I think.
Okay, we'll do
I don't know what other I could do the outside legwork if you two are okay talking to Pandora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that should be the other way around, don't you?
It's up to you. You can go
could-
outside and scout.
I think
You
you could probably get the answers that you want, or at least ask the questions that you want of Pandora before you then go to do legwork.
Cool.
Because more
Yep,
than one
we'll
of
do
them
that then.
might have things to do. Okay.
Yeah, cool.
So you're all together in a small, comfortable study. Sybil's with you, looking uncomfortable as usual, at least in these surroundings. You've asked a servant if Lady Pandora will come to speak to you, and after you've had a little bit more of a conversation yourselves, Lady Vetus arrives. So, did you want to speak to me?
The question's written down. Amy, did you have questions written down?
I wrote
Did you know
down.
what we were asking?
Yeah.
I saw you writing and I was like, I can't write.
You don't have long if you have plans
Excellent.
you need to put into motion.
We wanted to know if you have any information about where the dagger might be kept within Lord Acheron's castle.
I fear that I do not. He has shown it off on occasion, but I don't know where he ordinarily keeps it.
When you say shown off,
Occasionally he makes a bit of a showing of it. Not usually at the masquerade. We might need to find someone who has inner knowledge of his castle to answer such questions. I would offer to help with that, but I can't possibly be seen asking such questions. He may instead
Do you-
need to charm or deceive the answers out of one of his servants, perhaps.
Do you have in case we don't to get it from elsewhere, do you have a vague knowledge of his castle's layout?
I have been there on a number of occasions, certainly for the masquerade. The best that I can tell you might assist you in this venture is that his castle is 4 floors tall. And I'm using the sort of English, so that's ground plus 4. And when the masquerade is held, guests are permitted access to the ground floor and the first floor. There are always guards stationed at the stairs leading beyond. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
It is very helpful to know something. The questions is layout. Do we want to ask about the ball? Does Lord Acheron often host these masquerade balls? If so, do they follow a rhythm or a structure that he follows every time?
It is usual for Lord Acheron's masquerades to follow the convention. There is often a speech that he gives shortly after everyone has arrived, some grand gesture.
Do these kind of masquerades, I don't know, I've never been to one, do they have, is it just like canapé food, or is there a time where they sit down to eat? I know they don't eat, but canapé blood.
Ordinarily, with a masquerade, yeah, there would be sit down eating at some point. You're not quite sure how that applies to this. If you ask Pandora, then she says most of the evening is spent dancing, with drinks provided in abundance.
Dead people everywhere. Oh god. What were the other questions, Amy, that we had? The one I know about is like his social weaknesses, buttons not to push. Was there anything else that we had that was more?
Escaping.
Oh yeah.
Is that a question, or is it something we can just scope out ourselves?
I wonder if we might scope it out ourselves. We've already got so many questions.
Yeah.
She hasn't. I doubt she's thought about escaping before. So.
Where the castle is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have the location of the castle.
Yeah. Where is the castle from here? Just so we know.
Not too far towards the east.
Can you see it from here?
You can, if the mist were to clear.
Oh, yeah, it's must have rain. When we attend this party, is there anything that would be a dodgy subject with Lord Acheron? Anything we shouldn't probe too deep to?
He is a very proud man, and has a certain twisted sense of honor.
We have seen that sense of honor in action.
He thinks himself virtuous.
Bloody ice cream man just put outside my house. I have a question. It's a question I just thought of, Lady Pandora. His servants, are they similarly dressed to yours, or does he have his own significant mark?
Acheron prefers a darker colour scheme, and his house has a more burgundy coloration to its ceiling. They're similar, but his are darker.
Do you think maybe one of your servants could get a servant costume for some of us? Or no?
I think it's possible. You'd need to secure such fabrics from the market.
Oh, yeah, it's an actual town.
It's an actual city, yes.
Mm. A question. Is everyone in a Bilehall similarly...
Afflicted.
Can't think of the word. Yeah, he wants to say afflicted. A curse as you and Lord Acheron.
No, there are the cattle and the thralls.
Are your servants thralls?
They are thralls, yes.
When you say cattle, do you mean animals or do you mean humans that are distributed for feeding? And he says that too.
I mean livestock.
We don't need to delve too much into that. But there is a lot to find out in the very, very little time.
Probably from town, maybe it's one of the
I
servants.
will concentrate my efforts on ensuring there is enough of your elixir.
How long would that last, by the way? Is there any side effects you know about?
Only a couple of hours. The only side effect is it is unpleasant no longer to be able to feel its heart.
It will start again, yes?
It does not stop sensations being produced. You will be alive, but in perception means you do not require breath.
Would they come in handy? Well, there's that. Do not have any more questions. Hannah, Luther?
Where is the best? Who would you recommend in the markets to buy fabrics from?
I wouldn't know.
Don't worry, we can find that out. We can find it.
Who does that? Who does that for you?
Oh, the thralls manage that. I don't know the details. Ask around at the market.
Thank you.
You'll find what you need.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time, Lady Vitas.
Very welcome. She leaves. She departs.
Departs.
Okay, do you have some ideas of what you guys want to do legwork-wise then?
Yeah, I want to ask one of the servants to go to this market and buy us some robes, or at least a couple of us some robes that match the description that she said. The reason why I'm asking the servants because I don't think it would be wise for people who have not yet taken an elixir to be walking around this vampiric city.
I don't think it would be bad because if the cattle she's talking about are like us, then we go to the market. We will be fine. We could ask around who to talk to for Lord Acheron. It might be beneficial. We are not like her.
Yeah, so long as you she would have conveyed, so long as you don't draw attention to yourselves in any way, you are likely to pass unnoticed in the streets.
We could go
As cattle.
We could go to the
thralls.
market or thralls. Yeah. We could go to the market. We can look for the fabric, or to make the uniform. Maybe we ask the thralls who can make the uniform and where to get it.
Maybe we need to find a servant first.
See,
That's why I said we need to find a servant.
we want to go get it rather than get them to get it. Is my thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably wise.
Yeah. Do we find a servant?
Yeah, you find a servant. What is it you want to know from the servant? Where you can go shopping.
Where we can go shopping.
Where the dagger's kept.
Well, we need to find a Lord
You need a
Acheron
different
person
servant
for that.
Oh, I meant we need to find a Lord Acheron servant.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we one of these servants, ask them where's the best place to buy fabric, or how do we go about getting uniform made, and also, if they can, who do they know anything about Lord Acheron's house service?
Servant quarters, how to enter the servant quarters, because then if we can do that.
Well, I was just going to ask, can they point us in the direction to talk to them? Maybe because we want to make sure we make good connections and stuff, that we're not stepping on everybody. I don't want the servants to know we're doing something. We can't trust the servants necessarily.
No, that's what I'm saying. We can't.
I don't want to be like, I want to get in. I'll be like, I just want to talk to people. So.
No, we need to know where the entrance is beforehand. That's what I'm saying. But we don't need to ask his servants that. We can ask Pandora's servants.
True.
But
let's potentially bring to ourselves better.
Yeah.
True.
So one of Pandora's servants can tell you where you can buy fabric from in the market. They just give you directions. That's not too complicated. They don't know where the entrance to Lord Acheron's servants.
Do they know any names of people that we might be able to talk to?
They can tell you that they often see Acheron's servants at the market. Especially before the masquerade, they're going to be doing lots of extra shopping.
Oh, perfect. So market it is.
So what legwork stuff is it you guys want to do?
Well, Luther, Nunes, you want to find outfit for yourself, presumably.
Yeah.
And then we'll be looking for someone to try and charm. So I'm gonna have to think of how not to lie. Charm them into getting some information, like they want to see. Basically, they want to get the general layout and maybe try and charm the location of where this dagger is from someone.
Okay, so that's what Luther and Ven are doing. Hannah, what are you doing? Was there anything else in the legwork bit that needed doing?
What needed doing, guys?
But we need to find a servant for dagger location. We need to look for an escape route. So you can scout out to see how we escape.
Okay.
What's the best road out of town? And stuff like that. Like if we could acquire horses or anything.
Okay, that can be your job. And does anyone either want to ask Sybil to do something or get Sybil to come along to help? Or do they tend to stay at home?
I can imagine she'd probably either want to go with Ven or Hannah.
She would prefer that, but she'll go along with. She's quite compliant.
I can imagine where you're going, Amy, will be the least populated and the least scary. So maybe she goes with you.
Okay.
Helps. Escape route, I think, is very, very important.
It is rather. Okay, let's do some legwork. So I'm going to start with Hannah and Sybil. So you are scouting out for an escape route. You're going out into the city. You're having a look to see where a nice sort of way you think you could leave the city from after you got out of the castle. Is that right?
Yeah, I suppose we walk up to where the castle is first.
Yep.
And then kind of scout out the streets around there, and then the route out of town from there.
Make a perception check. Tis easy. One setback for the mists, and upgraded one.
Difficulty
Difficulty upgraded ones.
But
You've got Sybil's help.
Sybil's helping
So
me.
that's 2 loose dice.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oof. Oh, wow.
Right, you
I'm with
you can't make sense of the maze that is the city. As you think that if you were to try and pick a spot too far out for you to sort of rendezvous before escaping or that, then you're likely to get lost basically because the city's a little bit of a rabbit warren maze. But what you do spot quite close to the castle is a nice secluded area. You think it would be easy to figure out how to get here because there's a landmark, sort of a tall crumbled spire overhead. So you're like, I think if we're leaving the castle, we can see this landmark and get to here. And there's a nice open space that seems pretty abandoned. You think this would be a good place to stash some horses. If you could get some horses, stash them here, then you could ride out of the city. You're not 100% what the route is out of the city from here, but you think that would be entirely sensible. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Luther, you are looking to secure yourself some servant's outfit.
So what I'm going to do is when we get into the market, we all split off. I'm going to basically meander around until I find people who match the description of the outfit that Pandora had said.
Okay.
So I can actually key into the shade and what they're actually wearing.
Yep.
And if I do find that, then I don't know which order I'd like to do it first, but I'd like to probably listen into some of their conversations, maybe a stall away, just to see if I can capture any more what they're panicking about, what they're worried about, so I can hear what the chatter is in that castle, and then afterwards buy the fabric that looks similar to Jeff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So
cheers.
Go ahead and make a perception check as well then, because you're trying to listen into their chatter.
Yes.
This is perception. I'm going to say average difficulty with the difficulty upgraded rolls. Cool. No setbacks. Because you're just listening.
Cool. Okay. It's fine.
Okay. You don't manage to pick up what they're sort of chattering about. You don't think they've taken a notice of you. What you do sort of pick up is they don't chatter very much at all. They're quite flat. They're quite emotionless. They just sort of get on with their work, and therefore it's quite difficult to pick anything up. You think you worry a little bit that one of them might have spotted you trying to listen in, but that's the extent that you get that. Aside from that, you go and secure some fabric. It costs you 1 gold piece.
Is that 10 silver?
That's 10 silver.
Oh, I can do that. That works.
As you give them the money, they look at it with a bit of a frown, as if they don't recognise the coins. They take them, they're still silver coins. They look different.
Yeah, thought so.
But you've secured the fabrics that you need.
Yeah.
Right, last is Ven. So you're looking for someone to try and talk some information out of.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to make you talk your way through everything that you say, because I think we're just going to boil this down into a check for you, because I think that might get a little away from us. So, are you trying to charm some information out of someone?
I'm trying to charm them because, as you said with Luther, we found that if they're a thrall, they're relatively emotionless. So we won't go in his usual bubbliness.
Yeah.
We'll try and go to that vibe, but trying to go to maybe the interest that they've heard about this amazing thing type thing that they would love to see. And
okay.
Yeah,
that's a reasonable approach. So go ahead and make a charm roll for me. It's going to be against 1 red, 1 purple. You go over there.
Shall I ask for a helping hand, guys? This is to find where the dagger is, but it's not the most difficult check. No, fuck it, I'll change it. Let's leave it up to chance. Fuck it.
Well, what I would say is the more successes you get, the more information you'll get.
Okay, I'll use one.
Because I'm not just giving this as you trying to get that specific answer. I assume you're trying to get information. So this is your information gathering check.
Oh,
Very good. Okay.
Nice.
I will ask you in a second what you'd like the triumph to accomplish. Okay, because I think you should come up with what that does. Within reason. For the successes and the advantages, though, you find out that Lord Acheron is not planning on displaying the dagger at this masquerade, and it will therefore be kept in his private study. Through being charming, you managed to talk out of the thrall, the servant, that Acheron's private study, private study is within his private quarters, and his quarters are on the 3rd floor. With your advantages, you manage to pick up as they sort of quickly make sure that you don't get any funny ideas by reminding you that there will be guards posted at the stairs from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, and the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, and a guard outside Acheron's private quarters. Okay.
Yep.
What would you like to accomplish with your triumph?
If possible, could the triumph mean that they maybe accidentally, if not outwardly, tell me how to get into the servant stairs so we can bypass the guards on the stairs? Potentially. Like, it could be in plain view. That's a
good use of the triumph. So
nice.
They do give away that. Okay, so they give away that there is an entrance into the servants' corridors from the servants' quarters, which is underneath the ground floor in the basement. That's where it originates. Those connect to servants' tunnels and sort of in corridors that lead all the way up to the 2nd floor. There is no connection. They give this away in an organic way, my goodness. If you tried to improvise this, that would be mad.
I can imagine them muttering to themselves that, it only goes to the 2nd floor.
There is no way from the servants' corridors on the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. In order to get from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, they have to go up by the main stairs.
So we bypass one set of guards.
There is actually a second sort of servants' quarters upstairs that then connects to the corridors in from the 3rd floor up.
Cool.
There's nothing that connects the two.
Coolie beans. Cool.
Okie dokie. Cool. So with all of that, you presumably all go back and have a chance to double check what you found out, figure out if there's anything else you now need to put into motion to do any more legwork. Like you're sort of starting to run out of time. So sort of what else do you need to do or figure out? Thus far, you've managed to do it without drawing too much attention to yourselves.
Yeah. Wondering if we want to buy 2 horses. I think all 4. Oh no, Chain. We'd have to have 3.
Chain's a funny one here because I figure like if he'd just gone missing, then you guys would all worry. But he's basically gone missing.
Okay.
I'm going to figure out a way to make sure that he's actually left a message with you guys, basically saying that he's had to go out into the mists to find this person that he keeps seeing. And then again, hoping you can get this stuff done. Okay. It's all a little bit meta because I can't quite see how that would work, but he's not here. I don't want him being dragged around. He's gone, and you guys aren't worried about him. Okay.
Cool.
Basically.
So we don't have to worry about getting him a horse.
You don't have to worry about getting him a horse. He is outside the city. He is not in the city.
We could do 2 horses, although I do have Castor, but I think then maybe consigned himself to maybe Castor has to stay. I don't know how fast Castor can go, but I can imagine
maybe Chain took Castor.
Yeah, Chain took Castor.
Chain took Castor.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Oh, to be fair, then, like, if we're discussing it, then I mean, he likes Castor, but it's like I'm not going to risk my life over the donkey.
No,
it's just a donkey.
We'll save Castor for you. Castor's with Jane. We'll save that.
Well, if we get a horse, I'm fine with that.
If you want to try and secure 2 horses, that's fine. You could try and do that at the market.
We could try and do that. Did Luther point out that they looked at the money weird?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's a way we can like try and barter with something to get some money, sell something to get money to not be so obvious.
What have we got to sell?
I do not
Castor?
have my wine. We have Castor. Could sell Castor.
You could just sell Castor.
Just decided that Castor wasn't here. You can't now change your mind.
Oh, I didn't. Well, I didn't necessarily say he took a Castor. I didn't think that made sense that Chain would take Castor. He's had no bond to Castor.
I'm just trying to be nice here. You figure out what you want to do. I'm very briefly running away.
Yes, he could have. Let's say Chain has Castor, so I can keep Castor. Well, I mean, I have elixirs we could sell. I have an elven flask, like hip flask type thing, but they're not worth a huge amount.
I have a bottle of elven wine, but I don't imagine that's worth a huge amount either.
No, I have a dagger I could sell. I haven't used. I technically have a bow that I have not used, and I wanted to try and make him use it a bit more. But I mean, I can get a bow, I'm sure, at another point. It does mean a bit to him though, so he's less likely to sell it.
I've got some things that I've got a dagger and a bow that could as well.
Bows are quite pricey. We'll see how much horses are, because we could just trade for the horse. I suppose we'll have to see if we saw much bartering, like much trading rather than buying in the market.
Yeah.
I can imagine there would be here because they're quite a closed community. So hopefully if we can barter, that'd be better, I think, if people are doing it. If not, we'll sell some stuff, get some of their coin, take it away with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can't remember how much my horse cost. My donkey.
Do we know how much horses cost? Because aren't they quite expensive?
They are quite expensive, yeah.
Quite expensive.
Have you got a PDF to quickly have?
Yeah, have a look.
Is our money in gold or silver when it says money?
Silver.
On a sheet? Silver, okay.
Yeah. Beast of Burden. If we're getting a riding beast, they're 400 silver.
Oh, that's so much.
That's 800 silver.
800 for 2.
Yeah.
My bow is 275.
Yeah, same.
Like
If we can get, yeah. I've barely used mine, to be fair. He hasn't actually used it. I mean, he could technically sell his Brigandine or Ocarina. He ain't fucking selling his Ocarina. The Brigadine's worth 400, roughly. But then I have no armor.
Yeah.
I could sell my magic scepter.
Is that not needed?
I mean, we don't want to sell too. We do have money. I don't have that much money. Ben has 160 silver.
I've only got 60.
But
I'm 100.
we just have to try and sell stuff.
I don't know what's happened to my money. I thought I had some, but apparently I've only got 60. Did I buy something?
There was some at Greyhaven, I think.
Yeah, I think some
Rations
came
and shit.
off rations and stuff.
Yeah.
You're all a little low on money. I think Jane's got a chunk of it. Although, no, he spent all that on his
Yeah.
armor.
Fucking chamber.
Okay. So you're obviously still thinking about the horses, and that's up to you to come up with an answer for. Is there anything else you need to do legwork-wise or planning-wise now that you have a bit more information?
Well, we've got the material, so we need to make the servants'
Yep.
outfits.
Yeah.
Oh, did you just get material?
Yeah, someone will need to make that.
That will take
So we need to get
time.
someone to make that. Did we see in the market people bartering goods for goods, or is it just coin?
It's coin.
Just coin.
Did we spot anywhere where we could like change coin for the coins that they're using here?
Would you like to
I was
look
thinking
very
of
closely
selling
to see the
stuff.
coins they're using here?
Pardon?
Would you like to try and look very closely to see what coins they're using here?
Yes, please.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Hmm.
2 purples and a black.
Have I arguably still got Sybil with me?
I was going to think this Sybil still helping.
Sure it is. Let me just see if skilled assistance is better. No, it's not. You can have 2 purples.
2 blues,
Yeah, that's the one.
not 2
Not
purples.
2 purples.
Please no. Oh.
1 success and 3 advantages.
Okay. You can't really tell the difference as you're looking at the coins, but Sybil points out to you that the coins that they're exchanging have a king on them.
Oh, really
They're
old coins.
old coins.
Yeah. Well, they might be. So it's just that ours are new, so they look.
Yeah.
They like draw. I just don't want to draw attention to like they're using new coin. I mean, we're gonna have to if we're gonna buy horses, we're gonna have to sell some shit anyway because we can't afford them without selling shit. So our thoughts are to sell what we can to then buy the horses, but
Okay.
it depends on how much we get the horses for. So, could we inquire should we inquire how much the horses are and then try and make the coin?
Yeah.
You so the horses are available. You could buy them for the cost that they are in the book. You would potentially be able to talk them into a slightly lower price. I would like you to make that check. I would let you make that check, but you can't do that yet. Your items, if you're selling items, you will get half their value. There's no wriggle room on that. So you could get a wriggle room on the price of the horses with a good check, but for the selling, it's just half their value.
In that case.
Hoping I could make an epic. This is the bow of a god.
Oh, well, you could try and trick someone. I think it's unlikely it's going to work.
Yeah. I don't think we have enough coin. We could try and steal horses, but I don't think that'll work.
Could we ask
Talk about drawing attention to yourself.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Has Lady Pandora got horses that we could use?
That's a question.
That is a question. We could send word through the thralls to either get her or just ask her the question.
I think you could go back and talk to her. There's still time,
Yeah. Go and ask her if she has any horses she can lend us.
Horses? What do you need horses for?
We will need to escape the city.
Ah, yes, that's quite wise. Well, I can. What do you need? I don't particularly want to lose one of my horses. You planning on buying some? Is there some for sale in the market?
There are.
Well,
At least that we think.
Pardon?
Well, why don't you buy some?
We cannot afford them. Our coins are the wrong coins as well.
Is this enough? She gives you a bag of coins.
Is it? How much is
Is
it?
it enough?
Um,
You quickly open it up. Does it look like tons of gold or tons of silver?
There's tons of coins in it, certainly. There's probably... Let's go with... Yeah, it's probably 100 gold coins in there.
100 gold?
Yeah, 100 gold coins.
That's
They're all
enough.
They're all stamped
Done.
with a...
Yeah.
They're all stamped with a... with the mark of the Pinnacle Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Oof,
I'm
yes,
wondering whether
done.
these are going to be worth anything in Terrinoth.
I was thinking they're going to be worth loads. Worth more than their weight in gold.
The rest, yeah.
If she has 100 gold coins, then we still have 20 gold coins left over, which we could split between the four
Depending
of us.
on how expensive the horses end up being.
Of course,
Yeah.
you will
Actually,
complete my task for me, won't you?
Of course we will.
Would you be able to explain a little more about what will happen should we follow your task?
All I ask is that you carry a small thing and place it into a flame.
Okay.
That is all I require of you.
Will it do anything to the flame?
I do not know. That is not the intention.
I would ask, do I think she's lying? But I don't think she is. I think she's just venting the truth.
It was a very specific answer, wasn't it? Yeah, so.
It was.
Yeah, she's not lying.
Right, I suppose we go back to the market and try to buy some horses.
Yeah, you get some horses for 80 gold.
While they're doing that, I think Leaf will start making the servants' clothes, or at least seek help to do that.
Sure. If you want, you can have Sybil's help on that. She learned to sew, so she can help out with that. And I assume Luther's capable of sewing as well, actually. So practical.
I mean, if he's capable of stitching, I think he's capable of sewing, right? I don't know if it's the same, but...
I mean, I'm bad at both,
potentially.
That's all I know. Yeah, I think between the two of you, you can get a servant's carb sort of stitched.
Not sure how transferable they are.
It's convincing enough. They're not very.
I could make a waistcoat. I don't think I could stitch a wound.
Well, I mean, yeah. If you're good at stitching, then I think you'd be better at suturing than someone who couldn't stitch at all.
I mean, some leather stitches are quite like sutures, to be fair. So.
Yeah. It's just moving in a slightly different way.
Also, I would like to say that Ven, after talking to Lady Vitus, would say to the rest of the party to ask if we keep the deal with Lady Vitus out of the view of our martial friend.
Oh, you're asking the others, aren't you?
Yeah, asking the others. We're like, do we think it's wise to just not let him know about it?
I think that would be wise. I can't imagine.
I think that would be dangerous.
If it
we have just agreed to not keep secrets from each other. You all held me over the coals, and now you want to lie.
I did not say a lie. I said do not make him aware of it.
Which is lying.
No, if he asks, you do not have to lie. If you want, I will talk to him if it comes up. But I did not say you had to lie. Just try and keep his eyes on different goals.
If you two want to agree to this, it's fine, but I will not agree to it. The reason why? I said before. All two of you, him included, took me to task. Rightly so. I don't think it's fair for a couple of days later, because it doesn't suit you, to change your mind.
I'm not saying a lying. I'm saying just don't outright say we made this deal. If he says, what did you have to do to get her help? You can say we made a deal. If he doesn't ask anything extra, you don't need to say anything extra.
You get the feeling that Luther is not convinced. And he goes back to making the garb.
It's great. It's great. Okay. So, anything else in legwork? Anything else to set up? You have a bit more information about the layout of the situation. And what's between you, so you need to come up with
horses.
Horses you've got.
Got the horses.
Lady Vitus can send a servant to hold on to them in that location as well. They'll be where you want them to be when you want them.
Awesome. Music's gone really loud. What else do we need? Is there anything else we think we'll need to know?
So he does the speech at the beginning, so would that be the best time to try to slip away whilst he's doing the
I
speech?
think so.
We need to make sure we're not noticed slipping away.
Well, we need to get to the servants' quarters, which Luther will be in.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully be in.
Hopefully, yes.
The dice are in my favour.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll be
hopefully.
there. So...
Do we know where the servants' quarters would enter the ball, kind of thing? Like, how would we? Because we'll presumably be in the ball, so how will we get from the ball to the servants' quarters? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do I know the entrance from the servants' quarters leads to other bits? Is that the only entrance I know of?
I'd say because it was.
We could probably look for one while we're there.
Yeah, I'd say because it's quite a successful jump check. You feel confident that you would be able to find a way into the servants' corridors on the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and get access to that. That you feel fairly confident about.
I can imagine there we just sort of look out, just watch the servants and see them go through a door. Hopefully, so hopefully we'll be able to do that.
What will we do once we're in the servants' quarters? So obviously, presumably there'll be servants there, and then there's 3 guests in the servants' quarters. So
well, maybe Luther, when he's in the servants' quarters, does he think he'll be able to get some uniforms from there?
And then
they have like a wash pile.
So my plan was, because we only have enough for one, which was he made for himself. He'd go in. Yeah. And then he'd search to look for spare ones for you guys.
Yeah.
And then hopefully by some way or miracle get to you or open a door so you guys can walk through, get those servants changed. And then
we've got more guards to deal with as well.
Yeah, how are we going to deal with them?
Make a distraction?
By lying and saying that we're on duty to change and go, because you said there were 2 servants' quarters, one at the bottom, one on the 3rd floor. But there's no connection
Maybe
between
find
one
a
and the 3rd
guard's
floor.
uniform.
Find a guard's uniform. If the guards are thralls, then I suppose they don't know because we're going to seem like undead anyway, aren't we?
We could look at a guard hitman style.
Is that going to be suspicious that we're going to seem undead or not living?
I mean, I could try and. If we're servants, we can try and blag our way through because the servants would have to take the stairs as well. If we don't manage to get extra servant stuff, we could try and blag our way saying we've been allowed up here and do the whole, I can't believe you wouldn't let us do this. If Lord Acheron finds out about that you didn't let us up, then he'll have your head type thing.
There's been a change of
coercion thinking about it, so I have to try and think about harm it. But
it's a plan.
Or we make a distraction. We either have to talk to the guards or lure them away from the stairs.
So we're basically... So the plan is Luther's going to be dressed as a servant, go in through there, and he's going to try and find clothes that we can change into. We'll go into the ball and try to sneak into the servants' quarters and change. Mm-hmm. Then go up the servants' quarters to the second, because it only goes up to the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Have to walk through the second floor to find the other servants' quarters that leads up.
Well, no, there's other servants' quarters, I think, on the 3rd floor. So we basically we have to go up the main stairs to get to the 3rd floor.
So we're going to try and blag those guards to get through.
We either have to blag them or get them away from the stairs, which, off the top of my head, the only thing I can think of is it's some sort of fight between a noble and a servant.
Is there an alchemist in town?
Oh, put him to sleep.
I'm just wondering, could we find some
there's an alchemist
in. There's also an alchemist.
There's an alchemist right here.
We also have an alchemist. I'm wondering if we could make some kind of. We could maybe. So there's a couple of things. So we could make some kind of
sleep potion,
blackout potion, or a sleep potion. To try to get past the guards.
Can we roofie? Can we hypnol?
Basically. Yeah. That's an option. Talk your way past, drag him, distract him. Those are all options. You'd need to pick one based on which you think is most likely.
Which one's better? Is one roofie them or making them more susceptible to charm?
I I mean, it's difficult. I can think of how we would. I'm trying to think of how we would do it. And the only way I could think of doing it is being some sort of noble. But like, try this. This tastes off. But then it would have to. If they then start feeling drowsy, they will likely suspect and might cause some alarm.
Or as a servant goes and I'll be like, oh, here's some
Be
refreshment.
aware of this one. There shouldn't be nobles on the second floor either.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
So it would be a servant going around giving them blood as a refreshment.
Unless they're human.
Well, they might not be vampires.
Yeah.
Yes, if they're vampires, you could give them blood, but then it might not work on them.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
If they're
exactly.
human, you
Yeah,
can give them a potion, but then you've got no excuse for giving them a potion.
yeah.
There's a dilemma, isn't there?
Hmm.
Can I make some sort of vapor that's like knockout vapor?
It's possible because you've spent most of your time making an outfit, making a design, so you actually have less time. So it's not that it's impossible. I'm just going to make it harder for you.
Yeah.
In theory, you could make a knockout.
That's fair.
You would know that you have no idea if that will work on a cursed thing.
I'm wondering whether you have a go at making one, but then also, like, I could go into town to an alchemist and see what they, like, I could buy.
Yeah, we could have
because there is the guard on the door to the private quarters as well that
That's the last
we need to
one,
get rid of.
That's the last one, yeah. I think that would work.
I don't know if Ben wants to attempt to come up to help buy one.
I'm tempted to have Ben try and look for a place the guards go to try and schmooze a guard before we get in.
We do have quite a lot of money left over.
Yeah, to find out about the guards and what happens, like if they hate it, if there's like a shift change, something.
I wonder whether we could pay off a guard to let us through.
We could, yeah. So I was thinking, just go to the guards and see what the vibe.
But that's quite
check
suspicious.
the vibe.
It's quite suspicious because then if we try to offer them money to let us through, and then they turn around and say no, then they're going to be on the extra lookout, aren't they?
No, but I was thinking if they all go to the guard post type bar that most of them frequent, like a police bar, that we go there and I just schmooze to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Let's do that.
Yeah,
because I might be able to drop in. I've heard about this dagger. I would love to see it, type thing, and you could just let us up to just have a quick peek, type thing.
Okay.
So see how it goes.
This is the last chance you'll have to do legwork. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go to each of you and just check what it is that you're doing. But just be aware this is your last chance. Luther, what is it you're doing?
I'm gonna try and, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we tried it to make some knockout kind of gas or vapor to knock out at least the guys on the second floor, and hopefully,
yeah, because we do have another guard
on the third floor.
Yeah, so either way, it would be good to have.
Okay. So you will have to spend 100 silvers worth of reagents to try and make it.
That's fine.
And then I will need you to make a hard alchemy check. 3 purple dice.
Would I be able? Can I use a story point to upgrade?
You can get a helping hand from the story pool. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna do it.
And Terrinoth goes dark.
It feels pretty dark here, doesn't it? I really need to spend some. I just haven't wanted to make things go bad.
Please work, please work, please work. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well,
but there's no failures and no threat, so it's not the worst outcome.
It's not the worst in the world. I mean, it's not great, but where's
my back?
There we go.
Oh well.
3. Okay. You recover. You manage to recover all of your reagents, so you don't have to spend that 100 silver. But you aren't successful.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no luck there. Okay, Amy, Hannah, you were going to go and try and buy one.
Yes.
Okay. Could you make a hard negotiation check for me, please?
Can I have Sybil with me, please?
Sure.
Anything else?
No, just that. Okay. What was it you're looking for?
Nice.
A potion or a knockout gas?
Gas.
Alright. They do have one for sale. It's 200 silver. 20 gold.
Oh, 200 silver.
200 silver, yeah.
So 2 gold. Okay, yeah. I spent 2 gold on that. So we've got 18 gold left.
2 gold or 20 gold?
20 gold.
Huh?
200 silver is 20 gold.
Oh, that's all the gold that we
Yeah.
got.
Oh,
Oh. Ask them how much the potion was. I want to compare prices.
The potion was 150.
I guess I just used
15.
the money. And I buy the knockout gas.
Cool. Okay. You have 1 vial of a knockout gas.
Mm-hmm.
Then, you are trying to schmooze.
yes.
Okay. You go out, you ask around as discreetly as you can to try and figure out where you're going to be able to schmooze. Most guards for a house spend most of their time in the castle or its associated grounds. So before you go in, you already know that you're going to be stepping into a slightly dangerous environment. Because you're not sort of going down to the pub and having a chat. You are going into an area where you're a little more at risk. Are you still happy to go on?
Sure.
Okay. What's your approach? Are you trying to charm them?
Yes. He's trying to be charming. He kind of doesn't think it will be as useful because he can't really lie too much, but he's going to try and charm them.
Are you trying to improve your odds at all?
What do you mean?
Buy him a drink.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You have to get the vibe first. You can't just go in straight
If
away.
you spend 10 silver on some drinks, then you can give yourself 2 boosts on whatever check you make.
Cool. Perfect.
Okay. This will be charm.
Yep.
Against 2 reds and a purple.
Oof.
And I can spend a story point.
So you might.
Ooh. And someone selected then. That's a bit awkward. Dear.
Oh, I won't read that.
Don't read that. Ignore that. That's a whole different thing.
Right.
How did I have that selected? Carry on.
Spoilers.
Where's Cameron?
Oh God.
There's no bad things happening.
Wait, that's 3 reds.
Okay.
Because it was upgraded.
You don't get very much.
Like, wait,
out of this
now.
one. They don't jump you. They don't cause you any trouble. But you don't really manage to get any new information.
As long as I don't make stand out at all, he doesn't count it as a failure.
Anything you want for that advantage?
Bearing
in mind, I'm not going to be very generous.
Could I get a name of a guard, maybe? Do we think that would that be useful?
I don't think that would be useful.
Or
I can give you a name of a
shift?
guard.
A shift, like when they change shift, like a time? Or is that too much? Or a rough time, not like an exact time, but like...
The only information you managed to pick up is that none of the guards are changing shifts through the masquerade.
Cool.
They're
That's quite helpful.
in their post the whole time.
Yeah, should we know not to say, oh, we're a shift change type thing. So it's slightly useful.
Okay.
Right.
That's it. Okay, you've run out of time to prepare through various means. Everyone, you do get a night's sleep, so everyone recover all of your strain, so long as you do actually sleep.
You would this time.
And you get ready to go for it. Do you want one last chance to run over your plan? Okay, so next day you will get ready for the masquerade. Those of you who are going have to get dressed and done up, all of that, which is, as far as I know, Hannah, Sybil, Ven, and Lady Vitas. She's going as well.
Yep.
So you all get ready. Luther's putting on his servant's outfit. And you gather together just to go over your plan just before you go in. So, soon we will begin. Do you have a plan? There won't be much I can do to help you once you're inside.
We do. We know where it is. And likely how to get there.
Talk me through it.
Oh God.
So I'm going to
yeah,
go
you go.
in. I'm going to go into the servants' quarters. Be helpful. Maybe slither out a bit. Find some extra clothes for our friends here, and find a way to get them back into the servants' places, where they can change peacefully. And then we go up to the second floor, and from there, I believe that Hannah has a plan in terms of knockout gas. Do we know whether the guards are vampires or thralls? We didn't actually know.
We haven't found that out.
No, we haven't.
We hope to get past the guards some way and make our way to his personal study, make our way through another guard, and then flee as quickly as possible.
I see. Well, I wish you good fortune. Luther, we never had a chance to talk about your book.
Well, no, we didn't. Is now the right time?
If you have a question, I would ask it now. There will not be another opportunity, as you plan on making your egress as quickly as possible.
I was wondering if you knew someone by the name of Altair.
Altair of Karamabad.
Yes.
It is a name I know. It's one that has been spoken here in Bilehall in the past. A sorcerer from across the sea. One who discovered secrets of blood magic and ultimately fell to his own pride and hubris. I recognize his seal on the front of your book.
I was wondering if you could tell me how to control this so I don't fall to the same fate.
She sort of hesitates and then comes up to Luther. She's not exceptionally tall, and Luther is, but she sort of feels taller than she actually is, almost. Despite the fact she's not looking eye to eye, it seems like they're looking eye to eye, or even that she's looking down on him with her sort of.
This bitch is floating in the air. That's so scary. Sorry.
I can tell you nothing that will help you to control this. For all such magic takes a terrible price from them who wield it. That is the price you pay for the marvels and miracles that you can accomplish. I sense that you have not yet. The book still denies you its secrets. It hungers. It will not yield secrets to you until you give part of yourself to the book. I tell you this because I would rather you know the truth. But I advise you to put it away and never think of it again. the price is always too great.
Thank you.
With that, she gives Luther quite a kind look, at least as kind as her sort of stern face can manage. And she turns to Ven, and she goes over to Ven, and actually kneels down with him so that she's not looming over him, and reaches down to produce sort of two things. The first thing she gives him is a dagger in a sheath. It's a leaf-shaped dagger. Okay, in its scabbard. She gives it to him and she says, "This, believe it or not, is the Venestus Parazonium."
Oh.
What is that? The song he doesn't speak.
Long ago,
So,
it belonged to what must have been one of your ancestors. Came with me here. It's been lost to the family ever since. I think it best go back to a Venestus.
this is a brilliant. Probably just a bit shocked would then start speaking Lomoran without even meaning to. Like, I cannot thank you enough.
You
So
do not
help.
need to thank me.
I will make sure.
Damn it. We're so bad at this. I like pause, give you a chance to speak.
I know,
We're
yeah.
doing the same, and then we're both like, "Oh,
I think it's because there's a delay.
Yeah.
I will make sure your item gets to where it needs to be.
She then gives him the item. It's a small vial, not that big. It's only a small clay vial.
Thank you.
You know where it must go?
I do.
Then I hope Fortuna smiles on your venture.
The fact that I met you and you gave this great boon to me and our family, it will help a lot.
Then let us be on. Are we all ready? Then let us go. Dun dun dun. Right. And so the job begins. We all good? We all alive?
Mm-hmm.
We're
Not
live.
dying, Amy.
I like the fact that technically the rest of you don't know what was said. She just gave me a dagger and a vial.
We've got a little way to go yet, but we're almost there. I think this will go a lot quicker than we feel it would. Okay. So you are prepared. You're pulling your stuff together. You are now ready. Good luck, everyone.
Yep.
Travelling through the
Inside.
streets of Bilehall at night, illuminated only by the light of the moon, you see that the mists cling heavily to the buildings, forcing them to loom only as dark shadows against the light. Candlelight and the distant sound of music draw you to Castle Acheron, where scores of finely clad noble persons gracefully ascend carpeted stone steps to enter the ballroom. Of course, you all drank your
That's what I'm
potions
saying.
of noblesse. That's not- it does make you feel a bit strange. It's like palpitations, because all of a sudden you haven't got any sensation
Oh.
of your heartbeat. So it's a little unsettling. Sybil, incidentally, it's just like because she's now surrounded by, or she's about to be surrounded by people, so she's just barely keeping it together as it is. Okay. The four of you, including Lady Visas, ascend the stone steps into the ballroom, which has this ethereal quality. The noble persons who are dancing do so very gracefully, very practiced, very stiff-backed. It's quite inhuman in the flawlessness of the dancing that goes on. Music is being played, moonlight, candlelight, no food being offered, and these goblets passing around full of viscous liquid. But of course, the first challenge is Luther's, needing to infiltrate the servants' quarters and find some disguises.
Yay.
So, I'm afraid, Luther, this is ultimately going to just be a stealth check from you.
Okay.
Because that is ultimately what you are accomplishing.
Yeah.
You do have absolutely the right tool for the job in your disguise, and I'm going to buff that up by giving you an extra boost as well.
Thank you.
But this is an average difficulty stealth check.
Shit, got a boost.
Yeah,
Okay.
Two boosts. There is a story point. There is one story point.
Is it worth it now, or should we do it later?
You're trying to get in, so
No, this
Oh,
is
you
actually,
don't-
this is
sorry.
actually I'm actually putting this all together. This is him getting in and getting the disguises.
oh yeah, then
Yeah.
definitely use it.
I'm general.
Okay.
Any talents you have, use them now.
I don't have any talent. Shit.
Hey,
Okay.
hey.
Hey.
Success is one threat. Excellent. Okay. Luther manages to pass as one of the servants, manages to get in. There's a couple of moments where he feels like he's been sussed out, he's going to get caught. Heart goes a little bit. And he manages to get in, he manages to find spare disguises, and he manages to find a good spot to wait for the others to slip into the servants' quarters. The threat, however, drawn a little bit of attention.
Because he's a big 6'6" fucking
He's a big cat
man.
Batman, yeah.
The rest of you in the ballroom, you look around, you possibly manage to clock Luther himself from a servant's entrance, being sort of like, here's the spot, this is where we're gonna go in, and then wait for Acheron to begin his speech, which he does. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and others. Thank you for coming to my humble masquerade. Year on year, we celebrate our successes. We admire our accomplishments. And this year is like to no other, for we stand on the precipice of greatness. Long have we remained here. Long have we failed to stretch forth our arms to claim the rulership that is rightfully ours. But I promise you, my brothers and sisters, with the ascent of the Necros star in the sky, our time has come. The lands of the living will fall, and we shall be there to claim them. Feast and drink deeply, my brothers and sisters, for soon, in months to come, you shall no longer be lords and ladies of Bilehall, but princes and princesses of a new empire. The crowd are enthused by this particular speech. They raise their goblets, they drink deeply, and it gives you all an opportunity to slip away without being noticed as they celebrate Acheron's speech. So you've all gathered together in the servants' quarters. Nobody's really noticed you get in. You get changed, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I hand them out each like platters of. Everyone's got a platter of like goblets on, so we can just walk through the servants' quarters without drawing more
Really good
attention.
thinking. Really good thinking. So you quickly make the change, and you make your way up, following the servants' corridors to get to the second floor, where your next challenge awaits. Getting past 2 guards that you can see. They haven't blocked you yet. At the bottom of the stairs leading up to the 3rd floor. What is your plan for these 2?
What I'm wondering is, because we've only got 1 vial of knockout gas, I feel like it's probably easier to blag our way past these guys than it would be to get into the private study.
Yeah, I was thinking we could try and blag, and if it doesn't work, we could drop it if we need to.
Just make sure we don't knock ourselves out.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know it's happening, so we can have run out of it. But should we could do it as I can't bother to do the accent while we're doing planning. We could do it as Ven as like the more superior servant, with you 2 holding the trays. And then one of you can have the vial. Luther, probably alchemics very well. And then we can try and blag our way up, and then if it doesn't work, you can drop a tray as you turn round with the potion in it.
So if a tray is dropped, we all know to hold our breath.
Yes.
I've just had a thought.
Go on then.
Tom,
Yes.
the servants' corridors, is there a window to outside the castle?
Not in the servants' corridors, no. They're pretty enclosed.
Yeah.
If he wants to find a window, that's not too difficult to do.
Just wondering, is it worth just climbing up on the outside and breaking into the 3rd floor that way? But maybe...
You could potentially get into a room without being spotted, one with a window
Yeah.
or a balcony, and you can attempt to climb. You have no equipment to help you with that, but that is an option.
I have my cat claws.
They're not great at
Ven
stopping
would say
spiders,
he's not going to climb. He is not strong. He doesn't know how to climb a castle wall. He's saying you can, perfectly fine. It's less people he has to get past the guards, the better. But
I'm wondering whether Luther potentially could climb up, and then because he's already upstairs, he could come as if coming down the stairs and say to the guards, I need more servants for some reason, we'll come up with a reason. And then we could be down the corridor or walking along as the servants, and then the guards will hopefully go, oh, you're needed upstairs, and then we can go. Do you get what I mean?
I like that. I like that.
It's a fun bluff.
we either do it that way, or we're trying to chat to them, and if we don't get through, him coming down will help.
Yeah.
I don't know which one, because Luther's not the most persuasive of people. And he doesn't like lying.
True. Go on, guys. What are you going to do?
So we see if you can climb up.
Let's see if I can climb up.
Okay.
Just went. What is that skill check? I don't fucking know.
It's going to be
He's got decent.
It's going to be athletics.
Okay, that's not bad.
It's athletics.
His athletics isn't bad.
Gosh. It's athletics. I'm going to say you're not having to climb very far, so I'm going to say average difficulty, so 2 purples.
Okay.
But I'm going to say there is 1 setback because it's not got a great deal of handholds.
Okay.
And also upgrade the difficulty once because, you're quite high up, so there's a bit of a breeze.
Windy.
Yeah. I will say looking down, it's a long way to fall. Cool. You got all that?
And can I encourage him, or can we help from afar by looking for handholds? I can't do an encouraging song.
No, you
so
can't. I would love to say you could help, but I'm not sure you can.
I'm wondering whether I can be on standby so that if he does fall, I can generate some wind going against him to kind of prevent him from hurting himself really badly.
So he doesn't.
I was going to say,
So it doesn't.
Could you do a Pidgeotto gust and like help me gust up the?
Do we want to use magic though, with a room downstairs full of people that might sense it?
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh shit, yeah. Maybe not.
That's my only question.
That was a good memory.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because
if Lethal Falls.
Well, if we're on a balcony, he can start climbing up above the balcony, and then you could go
so then if he
diagonally.
falls, hopefully all he'll fall is back down to the balcony.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's not confirmed, but hopefully.
No.
Before you roll though, I am going to raise the stakes.
Oh. Is there black satin sheets on a bed that we can start?
Hold underneath.
So have you upgraded it twice?
So that's a second.
Technically,
upgrade,
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a second upgrade.
You still clicked on somebody there.
No, I haven't. I do actually have somebody else selected, and it's just deciding to ping up this NPC that might come and kill you later.
We don't know. We haven't read it.
Don't read it. It's evil person. Right, off you go.
Rolling now.
That could have been so much worse. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Luther sort of starts to go up the wall using his claws to try and give himself a little bit of an advantage. But after getting a short distance, he just can't get a purchase on the wall and ends up sliding back down with this nasty sort of scratching sound against the stone from his claws. He lands with a bit of a bump. Give yourself 2 strength.
Okay.
Okay.
Can't do it that way. Sorry, guys. I want to waste the time.
It was a very good idea. If it had worked, it would have been absolutely amazing.
I feel like the guilt in this episode.
That was a very hard check. It was a hard check.
It's not that bad yet.
You managed to get us in here. I mean, you've already done the most clutch things.
Right.
Let's try and do it the other way.
Which is
Right.
bluff your way past.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Bluff your way past.
They might just let us walk past because we are servants, but
Well, you are going to have to
Yes.
succeed on a check. So it's Ven going, and you are trying to deceive them.
I'm just wondering because then,
Yes.
we could say that we need to go upstairs because we have to go get more blood, and it's in the. I don't know why it's in the servants' quarters.
Why is it
I
upstairs?
don't know. Okay, dramatic.
No,
No,
Do we need to speak to them, or can we just attempt to go past them, and if they then
Ben
try
will-
and block us?
Yeah.
At the beginning, we'll try and be like, okay, we're going. Just like pretend like we're just going up.
Yeah.
You go forward with the intention to just sort of try and go past. They stop you. Then has to answer. Then lies to try and give you a reason to go up.
Yes.
So make a deception check for me. You are against 1 red, 1 purple. It's opposed by their vigilance.
Can we give a boost because we're holding 7 shit?
Yes, you can have
Just
1
7.
boost for your correct outfits and holding of
Yeah.
roles. Okay, that is 1 boost worthy. You do have a story point.
No one happens to have 4 cunning, do they?
Let me actually see. I don't think I do.
I think I'm the only
What's
one
my
with
cunning?
4 something. I think.
I only have 3 cunning. Sorry, mate.
I mean, I think we're just going to have to be swapping this 1 story point backwards and forwards because.
Can I? Oh no, I can't. No, my deception is not that good either. Sorry, it's only 3 greens.
No, yeah, well, I think I'm the only one specced into it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wow. They wave you past.
Oh,
They
fucking
don't
hell.
question
We barely stop.
They don't question it. You are waved past and reach the 3rd floor. You're at a point now where you can see the door at the entrance to Akron's private study. There is a single guard protecting it. He hasn't noticed you yet. What's your plan?
I think we throw the vial.
Or do we want to drop it by his feet, just one of us, and kind of like,
I'm scared in case
Run
that
back.
knocks one of us out.
yeah.
It's my own. But what I'm thinking is we could like attempt to drop it, and then I could create a little gust of wind to blow the gas towards him.
Still worried about the
Again, no,
magic.
that's using
We
magic.
still magic.
That's using magic.
We could walk past him, like
We could walk past him and someone
and
smashes it in his face.
And I was like, if we walk past him and then just drop something and go like, as in, then kind of like then lob it as it goes past.
I'm worried about making sound. If we just walk past him, open the valve, and splash it in his face, or like smash it in his face, because that's less sound than dropping.
He would say something, though. I think.
Yeah.
He would say something. Same with dropping something. Dropping something alerts the two downstairs.
I mean, they know we've gone up with the tray. Is my only thought. We go up and they just hear something drop, but they still might come up.
They would definitely come up. I would.
How far away from the stairs are we at this point? We walk down a corridor, or?
Yeah, you're a moderate distance.
So we go in like a room.
No, I just mean like they might not hear that much because we're not directly.
If it's
above the
far away
stairs.
and it's carpeted, presumably, so it shouldn't make too much of a
it
noise.
is.
Does Luther know how this? And presumably Luther knows how this things work. Does it have to smash? Does it have to like come in contact with a lot of air very quickly to vaporize? How does this potion work? Would it
Can I
work?
do an
Just smash it on his head?
Can I do an alchemist check to see what the best method of
How quickly does it take effect?
Don't worry.
Transference
You
would work.
don't need to make a check. Luther can convey that like smashing this will rapidly diffuse it over a sort of small area, such that if you don't throw it, you will be caught in it. It rapidly diffuses. It does need to smash. The vial is designed to smash, and you will need to throw it.
Yeah, we need to throw it.
Yeah. If you smashed it on the carpet, it shouldn't make too much noise. Presumably.
Right, who's going to
So
be
if
good
we
at
literally just
throwing?
stand from where we are, just throw it at him, smash it on his floor beneath his feet. Who's good at? Oh God, what is throwing? Is throwing athletics? Coordination.
Ranged.
Throwing is usually ranged.
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 I'm not
Just gonna-
specced
just
into
gonna
it.
try
Not me.
I've got a yellow.
Not me. Sorry.
I'm relatively agile, but probably no more agile than you guys. I'm
Hannah-
more than average.
Hannah has been trained into using ranged weapons when she lived with the elves, and therefore might be okay at throwing things.
What's Hannah gonna do it then?
I'm melee as fuck.
I'll throw it.
Okay. So easy ranged check.
Anything else?
Nope.
I've got nothing to add to it.
Mhm.
If this goes wrong.
I'll be really impressed.
Yes!
Hannah tosses it gently, underarmed, smashes on the carpet. Doesn't make a huge amount of noise. Immediately vaporizes into this cloud. You don't see the guard for a second, and then he slumps to the floor.
Quick!
Yeah.
Can we wait? Shall we wait a minute until it diffuses, or is it quick?
It's diffused quite quickly.
Quick.
You
Yeah.
give it a little bit to dissipate so that you feel safe, and then go forward.
The first thing I think we should do is look for a key. He may have a key to the door.
The door
Yep.
is locked.
It's gonna
You
sit.
find a key on his belt, unlock the door, and step into the private study. Finally-
Drag the body inside.
Good thinking. Good thinking.
Yeah.
Finally entering.
Is it worth me
Acheron's-
changing?
Finally entering Acheron's private study, you find yourselves within a lavish room lined with bookshelves and exquisite portraits. Underfoot, a heavy, luxurious carpet muffles your footsteps as you examine your surroundings. Seeing upon one wall a remarkably decorative gold-plated mirror or a sideboard covered in a crimson cloth. Lying in the centre of that cloth is a short dagger, hilt wrapped in brown leather, crossguard short and curved.
Who's going to grab it? We all look to each other, I can imagine.
Luther's going to stay by the door, hopefully with the key to listen to see if anyone's coming up the stairs.
Okay, good thinking.
Then we'll go and grab the dagger.
Ben's going to go grab the dagger. Okay.
Yeah. Again, I think it's the same. He's the least dangerous of them.
Does this look to me like the same dagger that was in my vision?
Yes,
Okay, just checking.
let's check. It's not a fake dagger. As you step towards the dagger, you spot yourself coming into view in the gold-framed mirror. Something
Oh, shit.
in reflection catches your eye, a twist of light that warps your features into something grotesque. Out from the mirror steps your reflection, motions entirely.
Oh, God.
human. Mercurial, the shape changes, a horror to look upon. Now between you and the blade.
See, it's just me, so it's fine.
Everyone roll cool, please.
Oh no.
It's just a little Ven reflection, so it's fine.
You said this was going to be like
Oh God,
roleplay.
it wasn't all going to be roleplay.
We've done,
my God.
This has been almost 3 hours so far of solid roleplay.
Yeah.
My God.
We're doing well. I want to keep pushing though, because we started quite early and we can get more done. There is just 3. Yeah. Cool. Right. The player gets to go first. You're all at short range from this thing and the dagger behind it. The twisting.
All my shit makes noise.
Oh, sorry. First, everyone please make a discipline check. It's a fear check.
Oh,
Hard.
how hard is it?
3 purples.
Ooh.
This is a pretty
Oh, well.
freaky looking thing.
Yeah. Nope.
Wow.
I never do well in fear checks. He's
Hey!
cool, but gets spooked easily. He gets very spooked.
Hey, Luke's fine. Fear check, Amy. 3 purples.
Fear.
Yeah.
So discipline.
You golden man. Oof.
I'm not afraid. The golden man.
I'm scared of Ben.
Yeah. Amy, you'll be disorientated.
Setbacks for.
1 setback on everything.
Okay.
TBH, 2 setbacks on everything.
Cool.
But on your first action, you can have a boost. So,
Yay.
a little bit of a shock before the fear sets in. Okay, who'd like to go first?
Does anyone have anything they wish to do?
No, not at the moment.
Well, I suppose Ven was kind of there, thinking Ven will just try and dart for the dagger.
Okay.
Potentially, just try and go for getting the dagger. That's what we're here for.
That'll be a check to try and get past it. That's reasonable. So go with a coordination check. It's quite dexterous too. So hard difficulty.
Boom, boom, boom. Are you raising the stakes?
No.
You should really use a story point, you know.
I will do.
Give us more light stuff.
I'm trying not to kill you.
Exactly.
Yeah, then you step in and you manage to get around it enough to grab the dagger. In the process, however, you have to come face to face with it, which means you look at this twisted, sort of like the mouth has been stretched around. It's you, and the mouth has been stretched, which eyes sort of wandering off in a different direction. It's a horrifying thing to see. It makes you feel very unpleasant. So you take 4 strain.
So it's 5 strain.
5 strain.
Oh, 5 strain. Yeah.
But you do manage to grab the dagger. As your fingers close around the hilt of this black metal blade, you are suddenly struck by a potent vision. You lose track of where you were, instead seeing a star-filled night sky up close. A burning chunk of celestial rock spinning slowly before you, streaking through the sky like a comet. Fragments of the larger piece break off as it crosses the sky, falling down to shower the land below. Then, as soon as the vision began, it fades, and you find yourself back in the study, holding the Dagger of Carn.
I saw the Necrostar. Oh God.
Okay. Right. It focuses its attention on them.
Yeah.
As it looks at them, the twisting reflection changes, altering itself to become, starts to look like them, but a sallow-cheeked, cold-faced them with blood pouring out its chin. As Sven sees this, he starts to see the events that might have led him to become this. He sees himself forming vile acts to become this cursed vampire. I need you to make a cool or discipline check.
I know which one I'm using.
It's against red and 2 levels.
Is it 'cause I'm cool?
And this one I'll raise
Oh.
Nice one. Nice one.
You literally have
Nice one.
selected it. Still.
Well,
Oh, well, that's incredible.
I mean, it's a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag. So, you take 4 strain again. 5 strain. However, seeing this twisted version of yourself, it steals you inside. With your 2 advantages, you can knock off.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I needed to add those 2 setbacks,
you
didn't I?
did. Go on, add the setbacks. Yeah. Okay.
Cancel out the advantages.
Cool.
No.
I don't have to worry about that. So it steals you inside. It steals you inside. It still does because of the triumph. So 5 strain, and then the triumph. Seeing this, it kind of steals you inside. You see that this is a potential future, a potential version of yourself, not who you have to become. And that helps you to come to terms with a previous trauma that you had.
Ooh.
So although you still remember, what was their name?
Their name is
Luella,
Luella.
who died in Newstone from an arrow meant for you. You still remember them, but it no longer plagues you.
Yeah.
Well, the Quivel.
That means I don't have to roll, right?
Right, who's next?
Me, I believe.
Could Luther...
Is it Luther?
Well, I was going to say, could Luther just grab Ven and put him back? Just literally go to him, pick him up, and just walk back. Was that not a thing?
Could you grab Ven and pull him back? Yes, but you have to make a coordination check. Calls of the thing.
You're coordinated.
Calls of the twisting reflection. Average. No,
Okay.
hard. Sorry, because it's so hard.
Shit. Ah.
Yeah. As you step close, the features of this twisting reflection suddenly come to reflect you. This grotesque vision. You take 3 strain.
You are not
3
a
strain.
kiddie.
Yeah. 3 strain. Okay.
I hear someone's phone vibrating.
It's my mum and dad ringing me, as always. They ring me every single time we play.
That's true, they do. It's your
They're
go.
featured on the show now. That you realise.
Yeah.
I'll put them in the credits.
I assume it's because they've got the flowers I've sent them.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice.
It's your
Whole grain
it's your
and
go,
white?
Hannah.
Huh? It's my go. Does the reflection of Ven look corporeal? Like, does Hannah think that attacking it with a dagger would do anything? Or does it look like a reflection?
It's now a reflection of Luther.
Oh, okay.
And
Sorry.
It does look slightly tangible.
Okay.
It's clearly not completely imagined.
Okay. And I presume we're all in the same room, so we're kind of at short distance.
Yeah,
from each
you're all
other.
at short range from each other. Luther, Ben, and the reflection are all engaged together.
Not wanting to use my magic and alert anybody, I'm going to pull out my dagger and attempt to strike at the Luther reflection.
Okay. Click on it and use dagger to attack.
Yeah. Reflection.
We have to plan how we're getting out. I suppose we just walk past the guards, I guess.
Yes, I did wonder if you'd realised you didn't have a plan to get out from here.
Walk away. Just walk.
Yeah, we're in servant stuff. We can walk out.
Yeah.
So if you had a rope now,
That was
Yeah, fuck a rope.
I
And we've
thought
got
that
a point
earlier.
though.
Right. It turns to
Fine, we
look
can
at
get
you
one.
this time, Hannah. You see this unpleasant shape of your face and features as sort of this black ooze starts to pour out of your mouth, followed by a slug.
Oh.
By a slug.
Yeah.
Oh.
You take 2 strain.
2 strain.
I can't take any more strain, guys.
Right, round 2.
My nerves are trying to put you out.
No,
All engaged together, except Sybil.
if Ven could go, I mean, I suppose technically he doesn't have his backpack on him, but like stamina and health elixirs, are they small enough to have put in like a pocket?
Yeah. It'd be a maneuver to get it out.
He's
They're
got
probably on
quick
one of the
draw.
trays we've got.
I've got quick
Probably
draw.
one of the trays we've got.
Quick draw helps you with easily accessible thing, I think. But if you had planned to have it ready, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can quick draw.
So he will quick draw his stamina elixir
Mhm.
because it doesn't want to go down, and is going to then swig that. Swigging it is an action, is it, or is it a maneuver?
I think it's just a maneuver to drink a potion. So the alcoholic content of the stamina elixir gives Ven a sort of a shake.
And is then going to this room has a window, yes?
This room does have a window. It's a big glass window that's closed, and it's a balcony.
He is going to attempt to go towards the window.
Okay, yeah. So, action downgraded to... Oh, no, because you only take 2 maneuvers in a turn.
Quick draw makes it an incidental, doesn't it?
Does it? Okay, then you're fine. Then you,
Quick draw also.
yeah.
Let me just.
I'll believe you anyway, just to move things.
As an incidental, yes.
You go to the window.
Cool. Can I go to the window and open it? Is it unlocked?
It would be... you go to the window and go to open it, but
It's locked.
I don't know who had the key.
I do, because I was standing by the door.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah,
it does
so
have the
you
key.
get,
Just locked.
And I he gets there, sees it's locked, and then he sees on a shelf next to the window. It looks very out of place. It looks very odd, but it's very tricksy that it's there, and he sees a rope.
Very fortunately, there happens to be a rope lying on the side. Yes, absolutely.
What is our current into? That's what we a rope by his bed.
He's a
Weird, man.
freaky vampire man. Let's not get too deep into what he's into.
Let's not get into that.
Yeah,
Let's sidestep that. Why is this so wrong?
Who lost her his attention? Okay, the twisting reflection looks at Hannah and makes her see a horrific version of herself. Make a cool or discipline check, please. Against 1 red and 2 purples. And I will spend a story point to raise the stakes. So it's 2 reds and a purple in total.
Do I have to add my disorient setback to it?
Yeah, every check. You being scared is making you worse at this.
Oh, not too
You
bad.
take 3 strain.
Oof.
Right,
Could be worse, could be worse.
Luther or Hannah.
Does Luther want to go?
Do you want to?
Have I locked that door already?
Yeah,
I haven't unlocked it, I
Yeah,
don't-
yeah, I assume.
No, I was standing,
yeah.
but
Front door, yeah.
yeah, I love the door behind us, so I'm going to barge past this weird shape that's part me, part Hannah, and go to the window and unlock it.
Okay, yeah, maneuver to get there. Maneuver to unlock the door. So that's 2 maneuvers. This cool breeze enters, along with the mist, the moonlight. Afraid that's it. It's slightly boring. But yeah.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's utility, it works.
Whilst they're sorting that out, Hannah is going to attack it with a dagger.
Yeah. Protect us, Hannah. How old is Hannah? Oof.
800 and...
Jesus.
300, 694.
Oh no, 947.
So you're not far off the vampire lady.
Take a strain.
Oh yeah, millennia, not centuries.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right, who'd like to go first? Anyone? And 3. This thing's still there. Sort of, its form altering and shifting.
I suppose Ven sees the rope. He either points. I suppose he'll just try and tie it, and I'm trying to get around the disoriented, but he will try and attempt to affix this rope to. Is it like outside? Is there a balcony?
Yeah,
with,
there's a balcony.
I'm imagining stone kind of pillars
Yeah.
that we could tie a rope around.
You could tie a rope.
So he's going to tie a rope around one of those things.
Yes, I'll let you make a maneuver to just tie the rope. It's fortunately long enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a maneuver to tie. Well, maneuver to get out to the balcony bit, and then a maneuver to tie. So that's 2 maneuvers. You can action if you take strain.
No, because that's going to cost me fuck tons of strain. So no, I will save it for the moment, and he'll be like, "Just go."
Okay. Interesting reflection. There's pretty much only Hannah here now, so yeah, same again. Some twisted version of yourself causing you to feel very awful as you see potential dark futures. Call or discipline check against 1 red, 2 purples.
You can
will
do it.
raise the stakes again.
Oh, you can do it, Hannah. You can do it.
I changed the character I selected as well, and it's still popping up with.
It's weird, isn't it? Oh
it's
shit!
Really weird. Youch. That's 6 strain.
Oh, you're on your threshold.
The threat will be a setback on your next check as well. To add to your disorientation as well. Yeah. I don't know what Hannah sees there, but it's clearly something that really, really bothered her.
I think it's her, but she's been corrupted. So there's like evil behind her eyes.
Evil behind her eyes.
She holding the dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Who's next? It's Luther or Hannah.
Luther could assist you by taking out but trying to tackle or pull focus if you want before you go.
Yeah.
It's up to you. Luther's going to dive in and try and tackle this weird twisty thing to the floor.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check. Easy difficulty.
Cool. Roll
Just
the dice.
Quietly swearing at you, telling you to go down the rope.
Luther rushes forward there and tackles into it. It's corporeal enough that he actually impacts it and then collides with the floor. There's a bit of a thump as that happens. And then it just dissipates completely underneath Luther, being drawn back to the mirror, where it starts to crawl back out again.
Okay.
Well done, Luther. Now get down the rope.
Luther and Hannah and Sybil are currently reflected in that. So it's sort of
that means it's going to be
faces, 3. Faces of all 3 of them. Technically, you already... no, because you went to open the door, so you moved and then actioned. You can move again, Luther, if you suffer strain. If not, that's the end of your turn.
I'll take a strain to crawl back out, waiting for the others to come out so you can lock the thing.
Okay, 2 strain to get to the door.
Yeah.
Lock to the balcony.
Yeah.
Then it's just
2 strain?
Hannah. 2 strain, yeah, and it's Hannah.
We'll take it.
Hannah is going to use Second Wind and heal 2 strain. And then she is going to kind of move away from the mirror. Oh no, it's kind of crawling out the mirror now. So she's going to run through the window thing, door thing, and then get Sybil to follow her. So we're both outside.
It's just 1 maneuver to get to the rope. Sybil follows.
Yep.
You got an
Want to
action.
go down the rope?
I'll go down the rope.
Stop the climb. Please make an athletics check for me.
Oh, oh no. How hard?
Average. Upgraded once.
What?
That's it. No setbacks because you've got the rope. The rope is kind of cancelling setbacks here rather than giving boosts.
What
That's
happens if we're quite high up, guys?
Currently,
Before-
you are 4 stories off the floor.
I'm going to use a story point because otherwise it's just... I basically don't want to die.
Yep, that's fair. I can't wait till I roll my 1 green dice. Well,
You
Fall, but don't die.
No, you don't fall. You don't fall. The failure on the check is you don't move.
Right.
So you're effectively blocking the rope. The threat will be a strain.
Yeah.
How do you want to spend the trial? That's the real question.
make it easier for other people to get down or somehow, or...
Well, currently,
How would I do
as it
that if I'm
stands,
on the
no
rope?
one else can get down the rope because Hannah's at the top.
Right. So, can I use my triumph to say, before I went down the rope, I drank my stamina elixir?
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's reasonable.
that's fine.
Nice.
I was like, just to be safe.
Just to be safe.
It's 5, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, new round. Anyone can go.
I'll go first. Can I lock the window?
Yeah.
So the thing doesn't come out.
Close and lock the window.
Yes.
Done.
Yeah.
Done. Boom.
Done.
Yeah.
If it crashes through, then we're fucked. But
Yeah.
So the door's locked, the window's locked.
Mhm.
We still have the key.
Okay.
Sweet.
You watch as the reflection crawls out of the mirror and starts moving towards you. It gets to the door and pushes a hand straight through the glass.
Ugh.
Doesn't do anything else at this point, but it becomes obvious that it can go through the door.
Yeah. Punch it, Luther.
Any player to go that isn't
Luther.
Luther.
No, Hannah could.
Sorry.
Yeah, so Hannah, you can start making your way back down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll make my way down the rope.
It's the same jack.
Making my way.
Athletics, average, setback because I'm disorientated.
And upgraded. It's
And upgraded.
High up, and it's windy.
I can't keep using story points, so I'm not going to.
Well, you can.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
A strain, but you have made your way. You've made your way down the rope. Okay.
Thanks.
You've ultimately made your way down. I'm not going to do this a recurrent, repeated one. Okay, you're fine, and Sybil is with you.
Yay.
Then.
I can't encourage anything because it would make too much noise. Can he? Could he spend a maneuver wrapping his belt when he makes his way down a little bit and then puts his belt around the rope?
Mm-hmm.
So if he falls, he's not going to fall away from the rope. It will stay with him, so he might be able to grab onto it.
Yeah, you can spend an extra maneuver to do that.
Kind of like aiming in combat, but trying to make it so it's maybe easier for him not to fall to his death.
Yeah. Are you then going to climb?
Because
Yeah.
It's the climb.
I've got an idea.
Yeah.
If you let me use a story point,
Yeah.
I, with my dagger, cut the skirt off my dress,
Yeah.
and me and Sybil hold it out between us like a blanket. So if anyone falls, they're not going to die.
I'll let you spend a story point to do that.
I like that.
I can't promise they
Very
won't
much.
die, but it will help.
No.
It might help.
It will help.
Yeah.
It will help.
Okay.
I mean, I'm rolling with 1 green dice, guys.
Yeah.
Off you go. Good luck. While we're at it,
That's
then,
right,
I'll raise
I
the
spell
stakes.
climbing right? I don't know.
DBH, I'm raising the stakes.
Oh, I've already rolled.
Alright, never mind.
Shall I roll again?
Nah, it's fine.
Shall I roll a red dice?
No, it's fine.
No?
It's fine.
Cool.
2 strain, you haven't moved, unfortunately. New round. Anyone to go? It's only really Luther and Ben that's relevant, and Ben's blocking the rope, so Ben, would you like to go again?
I'll try again.
This time I'll raise the stakes.
Cool.
Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Have another strain.
Ugh. Does the,
Reflection.
do I get any boost? Did I get any boost from the belt thingy?
No, that's
I did a
something happening
purple. I did a purple and a red, and then did an upgrade. But then it only turned to one
Yeah,
red.
there should be another red in there.
Red, yeah.
Another red.
I did put it in. It was very red.
Okay, cool. The reflection comes through the window and forces its unpleasant visions on Luther. So Luther, I need you to make a cool or a discipline check, please, against a red and 2 purples.
Is it 'cause I'm cool that you look back? I was red and 2 purples.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Oh,
F you. Right, so you suffer 3 strain.
Cool. Oh, fuck.
But with your advantages, maybe you call out to Ven the importance of him getting a move on, which gives him some help in his next check.
Get your ass out the way. Get your ass out the way.
For example, it's now Luther's go, and not Ven's. But
Is it?
yeah, because Ven went first.
yeah. I don't want to be left
Can I put-
alone with the reflection.
Could I put Ven on my back and slide down?
He's currently on the rope. That's
I'm
not what
on
you
the
can
rope.
do.
Sorry. Punch the thing again. It might go back to the mirror.
I'm going to uppercut this thing
Okay.
with my claws.
Make a brawl check on this.
Make a
Targeting,
brawl
basically.
check.
Yeah, you should be able to do that with your claws in the weapons bit.
Yeah. Should be +1 something. What's the difficulty?
If you do it through the thing, it will do it for you. It should be ultimately 1 red, 1 purple, and 3 blacks.
1 red, 1 perp, 3 blacks.
Herb.
Oh, wait, because there's a... Oh. I'll just do it that way. Where?
Oh, God.
Luther goes to uppercut the reflection. It shimmies out of the way, moving unnaturally, sort of like cracking its neck, breaking its spine, moving that out of the way, such that Luther ends up punching the window, which
I knew that would
smashes loudly.
I knew that would happen. As soon as the despair was like, he's going to make quick
You
tons of
hear
noise.
cries of alarm from the distance.
Quick.
Hannah, do you want to do anything helpful?
Yes, I would like to try to show Ven tell Ven where he can put his feet to help guide him down the rope, as if he's abseiling down the wall, kind of thing.
You can give him a boost on his next check. Then, assume you're going for that.
Yes. Did I get a boost from Luther as well? With his
you
3
did.
advantages?
Yeah, 2 boosts.
Yeah.
2 boosts.
So if you can't do it now, that's it. You deserve to die.
So did I get 2 boosts from Luther? I got a boost from Luther and a boost from Hannah.
So you should
Have
have
I got
3
2
boosts.
total or
You should
3
have
total?
boosts.
3 boosts. Should I ask for a helping hand, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yay!
2 strain, but you're down.
I am on my limit.
The reflection clicks its head back into place and advances on Luther. Luther.
Oh God! Thing is, if he goes down,
He's on
strain-wise,
10.
we're fucked. Yeah.
It's your go, Luther.
Oh, he didn't do anything to me.
It had to click its head back into place.
Is Van out the way?
Yeah.
Yep. You can come down. I'm on the floor.
Luther's going to throw the key. Oh, well, do we keep the key? They'll keep the key for a bit. Keep the key for souvenir. Keep the key for souvenir. He's going to run, leap out, and grab the rope with his right hand and slide down.
That's some rope burn.
That's
Yeah.
That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Rather
Is it
get,
rope burned?
I'd rather get rope burn at this point.
I'd rather get rope burned than.
Yeah, make an athletics check for me anyway. Just 2 purples. You will
Athletics,
get
2
down
purples.
because you're just sliding down the rope. The question is how much you hurt yourself in the process. So actually, 3 purples.
Remember, we're at the bottom helping, like we were holding the blanket thing.
Fine. You can have a
Well,
boost for
then
blanket.
it's just
you can have a
this.
boost for Hannah's skirt.
For a blanket.
Skirt blanket.
Ben is useless in this situation. He's just like
Nice.
kind of holding the blanket.
The success is 2 threats.
Yeah.
It's Luther gets down to the bottom without hurting himself, but he does exert his or exceed his
Oh, no.
limits. That's 2 strain.
Oh shit.
I've got a thing. I've got an elixir.
Oh
He
good.
gets to the bottom. He looks exhausted. He doesn't have the energy to just keep going. Hannah pours an elixir down his throat. Is that your first one, Luther?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
So you take 2 strain and then you recover 5 strain.
Thank
you.
you.
Have the strength to continue, which you do. You all rush off. You know where the spire is, looking for where you stashed your horses. You rush in that direction, and behind you, you can hear shouts and cries of alarm.
Quick!
But they don't know where we've gone yet. Before Luther goes, can Luther snap the rope? There's no point. They know we're down there. There's no point.
Yeah,
I was going to say, can you just pull the rope? But no, that's just there's no way that would work.
There's no way of getting the rope down. No,
We
it's
just
not an
went-
Indiana
Yeah,
Jones
no way.
whip.
it's not elven rope where you just tug on it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
No.
Could he burn it?
No, we just need to
We're
get
at
out
the
of here.
horses.
Go,
You
run!
rush to the horses.
Just get out of here.
Just
get out of here.
Two to a horse and set off,
Yeah.
trying to escape Bilehall with the alarm raised behind you.
Fucking hell.
I need to pause there briefly to top up my drink and just clear my head for a second. There's just a little bit left to go that I'd still like to do. I recognise we've been playing actual playtime now for about 3.5 hours. Is everyone still
Right.
okay for a little bit more? I know we started.
Yes, yeah. A
Little
break
bit.
to write down some notes would be great.
So just a pause to catch your breath, 5-10 minutes, and then we'll carry on. Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Cool.
We don't need
Sweet.
to catch up.
Okay, started the recording again. So we're going to carry on. So you guys have mounted up, departed Bilehall, 2 to a horse, riding as hard and fast as you can across the moors in a southerly direction. Behind you, you certainly heard cries of alarm as you were departing Bilehall. You suspect you don't have long before problems come your way. Indeed, shortly after you leave the bounds of Bilehall and find yourselves in the oppressive mists once again, you hear that single sharp horn blast from behind you, sound
Shit.
of the hunt. This is followed shortly by a snarling, growling.
Oh no.
So, I'm going to need who's on which horse? There's a good question,
Would-
isn't it?
I would say that it would be Hannah and Sybil, and then Luther and Ven as the kind of like 2 middle people, and then the largest and the smallest.
Yeah.
But I would
Yeah.
say probably Ven would be actually taking most of the reins, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was going to be my question. Who's leading? So it's Ven's driving the horse for your pair, and
So then Luther can keep an eye out. So thinking Noons, Luther would like keep, because he wouldn't be able to see that well over the horse, but he's probably more nimble at the reins. So it's kind of like tandem.
To not be like meta about it. Well, I mean to be meta about it rather. Does Sybil seem like she would be confident riding horses, like, or not? Because if she's a confident rider, then Hannah will let her lead. But if she's not, then she'll ride.
you suspect she has some experience with riding.
Okay, then she probably has more than Hannah.
Right.
Especially when riding fast. Like Hannah's probably just like trotted along when she's traveling from place to place. That's probably
Okay.
her experience.
I have no good riding.
No, I didn't imagine Luther being the riding type, so I was like, Ved will probably just take the reins.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Sybil will be.
I feel like it's a bit different because Hannah probably learned on a cat, not a not a horse.
On a
Leo.
Leonix.
Yeah.
A cat?
Yeah.
The elves ride big cat creatures.
Yeah.
Leonixes.
Don't tell that to Luther.
Oh, like the big things on Dragon Prince, if you've seen that. The big kind of big riding.
Big ass panthers.
I've got a-
Yeah, it's like saber-toothy, catty, massive thing type things.
They're basically a race of He-Men.
Yeah, they're like the He-Man thing, yes.
Do. There we go.
He-Man.
Oh, yeah.
Weird name.
Yeah.
He-Man and She-Ra.
She-Ra, Master of the Universe. Right.
I forgot about She-Ra.
Okay.
Also known as She-Ra.
Then, could I get you to make a riding check for me? I will be doing the same with Sybil, and while we're doing that, Luther, I suspect everyone is hoping you can tell the way, in a sense, to direct your flight. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong there.
Is that adventuring? Is it survival? What is it?
As in, what's the check?
Yeah, adventuring, survival.
Average, 2 setbacks for the survival.
Cool.
The riding is average.
Any setbacks or anything?
Yes, probably just the one.
Sorry, I zoned out slightly. Is there anything I need to do?
Oh, I'm still disoriented, aren't I? Ugh.
One failure.
Yeah, Sybil 2 threats.
Oh, 2 threats, but success.
You can. Luther tries to get some sense of which way to go and provide directions. Unfortunately, it just seems like you're getting more lost, and there's no end of the mists in sight. The sound of the hunt seems to be closing in behind you. Your steeds struggling under the weight of 2 each to try and outrun whatever is pursuing. That horn blast and the sound of the hounds behind you getting louder and louder, closer and closer. I need everyone to suffer. It's 3 strain, unfortunately. Man.
Oh, do we get to do a cool or discipline check at the end of the last encounter?
Oh yes, fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, I'm really bad at remembering these. So thank you for reminding me. Yes, everyone can make a call or discipline check. You got triumph. I'll let you recover an extra 3 for your triumph.
Yay!
An extra 3.
An extra 3. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you get the successes when you need them, guys.
You needed those motherfuckers.
And then suffer 3 strain, please, for this run. As you're under pressure.
Takes me back up to 12.
Wait, that should be that because what is it? 4.
I healed an extra 2 for my desperate recovery talent.
Cool.
I know, I feel like I might need to get that at some point.
As you're riding through the mists, Hannah, as you're behind Sybil and able to therefore keep an eye out, the mists clear just for a second, and in the distance, on your left, you see a ruined elven tower.
Yeah, I knew that was going to it's going to be the tower. It's going to be the tower.
Turn this way.
This way?
Yes, towards the tower. It can protect us.
Okay, and Sybil at least turns the horse and sets off towards the tower.
Where are they going?
Come on! I shout to them too to follow.
Excellent. All right, same riding check again, please.
Can I do something to attempt to help?
Yes, of course you can.
I hold up my staff on the back of the horse.
Yeah.
And basically, I want to try to create a blizzard behind us, so there's like shards of ice and stuff I don't know how far away they are, though. How far
Well,
behind
you
us.
can't see them, so you don't know. But yeah,
Then I won't do that just yet, but if they were to get closer, I would do
Okay,
that.
let's get really close. I mean, they're
Could
not,
I
they're
use
not doing
primals?
this yet. Black
Well,
Rider moment.
Could I use primal to like hide
You
or cover
could.
the hoof tracks?
You could, or you could alert them to our presence.
Yeah, you can try and do that later. I think you get the feeling that they're hunting you in a way that isn't just hoof tracks. It's probably the hounds that are doing most of the actual hunting.
Could I hide the smell or mask the smell?
You can certainly try.
You could
By
Pop
making
up
something
some,
fly
like-
to me?
pop up some like decaying flower, like corpse flowers.
Make a hard survival check for me whilst I roll Sybil's
Oh god.
riding.
Survival or primal?
Sorry, primal.
Thank you.
Hmm.
That scared
I
me.
mean, I think I'm going down, but
Hard. One.
well, yeah, she's good at riding.
Setback as well.
2 yellows.
Fuck's sake. Ugh.
Dearly.
Oh,
You're right. Today is you're bringing guilt here in spirit.
you are the cursed one
You're the
today.
first one today. I'm afraid.
Oh well,
that
worth a try.
It was worth a try. I'm afraid that inflicts 3 strain on you.
Yeah.
Oof.
Uh,
Oh yeah, that's right.
the others are successful. They are setting off, riding fast, managing just to stay ahead of what's going on. Then I won't knock you out. Because that just seems a bit mean. What should we do though?
I could get wounded as I'm going really, really fast. Like a shard of rock or something comes up and whacks him in the face.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Go on. Yeah, that's a good for 2 threats. Go on, have a wound. Because I'm not really sure how to describe you suddenly passing out, falling on the floor.
No.
Certainly you're strained out, but I don't think you're unconscious. Cool. And you ride on. You start to get the feeling, whether it's because Luther's magic did take effect, or because you're riding really hard, that the hunt is falling a little bit behind before you hear a voice cut through the mist, loud and booming as if magically amplified from the distance. Rise! Rise, servants of the Undying One. This is the land of the dead. The living may not pass. Reclaim what is mine!
Oh god.
As the voice echoes into the night, you see from all around shapes approaching in the mist. The silent.
The way was
But
made.
we haven't.
march.
We're not breathing.
It doesn't
The way
matter. You
was
are
made
still-
by those who are dead. and
You
the
are
dead
still
keep it.
breathing, and your heart is still beating. It just looks as if it's not.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like the stuff that it's like a living death.
Draft of the window. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum.
Oh god.
Oh no.
It's not good.
From the mists all around you, you're still on horseback. Your horse is hooves striking the ground anxiously. As around you, what is that? One large Barghest stalks through the mist, accompanied by a good dozen or so of these silent skeletal figures wearing chainmail and leather armor, holding old rusted weapons as they move towards you. What do you do? Any plans? I'm not gonna trigger initiative yet. What's your plan?
I was gonna zap them.
I'm gonna try and zap them.
Yeah, or some on the back of the horse.
Okay. Any plans from the rest of you?
I mean, I've got a bow. I think if I start playing tunes, it's going to make it very obvious where we are. Although, to be fair, anything we do is going to make it more obvious where we are, to be honest.
Yeah, you can still hear the horn blast in the distance. You suspect the hunt is still following you.
He would probably try what he did before and try to disorient the podcast with music while he's riding.
You are quite close to the ruined tower now. You can see it looming out of the mist. Luther, what would you like to do?
I don't. The only thing he can do is would bring attention to where they are. So I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm going to hold. Just going to hold back for now.
Okay. Hannah and Ven, do you want to take your actions?
Mm-hmm.
Target, dissonance. Done. Oh, this dissonance is never going to fucking work.
It doesn't work on Barghest's experiment.
No.
You can use it to catch your breath, though.
Or can I regain strain?
Yeah, you can. You can have 3 luck.
Thank you. Ooh. Yes. The Mistlands is
as ever.
Hannah's clutch
I
moment.
wasn't attacking the Barghest, I was attacking the groups of reanimate.
With some lightning.
With some lightning,
With some
and
lightning.
I triggered auto fire.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not taking damage, it's fine. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of bright blue lightning arcs through the sky, illuminating the advancing dead. And you see that beyond these first sort of dozen or so that you can see, there are many more extending out into the mist. Hannah's lightning cracks down from the sky, forking at the last second, evaporating to groups of them. And yet there are still more advancing. As they move forward to attack through the mist, a series of arrows cut through the air, striking a number of the reanimates and knocking them to the ground. And then through a gap in their line from up ahead, and an armoured figure wielding a blade cuts through, decapitating one more of the reanimates and opening up a path for you.
Is the blade broken or not?
No, the blade's not broken.
Okay.
I don't think, unless it got broken while I wasn't paying attention. Now here's the question.
Ah.
There we go. There they are. We'll get there in the end. Cameron, are you there? That's my question.
I am here, yeah.
Hello. Artemis has rushed in, cut down a couple of the reanimates, and has opened a way for these guys to get to the ruined tower ahead.
Yes, she has.
Bloody.
Into the keep, all of you.
Sure.
Ben sets off.
Questioning nothing.
Sybil sets her off after as the dead continue to sort of shamble slowly, and they don't shamble; they march slowly after you. As you rush forward on your horses, these arrows out of nowhere, and the mysterious armoured figure wearing a grey cloak, cutting down any of the few reanimates that sort of seem to try and pursue you. Soon you find yourselves entering this ruined tower, finding there to be a dozen or so grey-cloaked, stern-faced figures watching your approach, bows in hand or swords in hand, as you come up the hill itself and enter into a small ruined courtyard. The horn blasts of the hunt in the distance soon seem to fade and quieten. The howls of our guests fading into the distance. Here, the mists seem slightly thinner. You can see some of the starlit sky overhead as the oppression of the Mistlands lifts just briefly.
Belinus, resecure the gate. Make sure none of those monsters get in here. Not often we
Yes,
find
sir.
travelers in the Mistlands, much less ones being pursued by the horns. What brings you here?
We are running away from the horns.
Wise, to be sure, but towards the mist, perhaps not so much.
We did not know where we were going. We came here looking for treasure. We found only danger.
I'm afraid there's very little to be treasure found up here, friend. Only
Apparently.
monsters and what's left of the ghasts.
And what are you doing here?
I am a servant. One of a few that still holds vigil here to try and make sure that what you see around you doesn't permeate further down into the baronies.
That is a good.
Well, thank you for that.
It's a little bit like, it's only half listening.
We appreciate the safety that you have offered us. Thank you. I am Hannah, sister of the storm.
Sister of the Storm, and an elf, no less.
That
I'm
is
not mistaken.
That is correct.
We have a few of you in our number. Tough soldiers. Might I ask what brings you to these lands again? Merely the horns of retreat?
We are on a quest. We were looking for an artifact.
Of what kind?
Does Hannah feel like she can trust this person?
That's very much up to you.
I mean, I feel like I really want to because I know who Artemis is, so I want to just tell her everything.
I'm a complete stranger.
But also, she's a complete stranger to Hannah, so...
Yeah.
I mean, anyone can become corrupted in Tom's world. Don't trust who you know who they are.
I'm on the DM side.
Yeah.
You don't know shit.
I'm going to go Hannah does because of the visions that she's had in her dreams of the safety of the Elven Tower, which is where we are. So because of those visions, she trusts you. It's because she's like, this was brought to me, it's on my path.
Yeah.
We are travelling throughout Terrinoth, gathering dark artifacts, so that we can stop a corruption that is trying to take over these lands.
I may be somewhat familiar with tales such as those. They scatter around the place a lot, especially in lands so tainted as the Mistlands. As it comes to it, I might need to ask your assistance if you still plan on traveling around. As Vigil of the Mistlands and Captain of the Mistcloaks, my duty is here and to our watch. But sadly, as the months and days draw on, we've had incredible difficulty holding back the tides from the north. The Prince of Farangast depleted much of our troops, and what you see before you here, as well as one or two scouting parties, is all we have left to gird us and protect us from, well, what could be the return. Unfortunately, I cannot be abided to leave here, but there is a darkness looming. The ever-living engine grows louder with every night, and it has come to a time where even we hear it amongst our dreams here in the safety of this tower.
Yeah, what is it, that noise? I keep hearing it.
No one knows. Not for sure, and certainly not myself. But we know it to be a herald of death. Perhaps even Walkir?
Waikar.
Waikar. Perhaps even a herald of Waikar himself. That is what Ada says. I am at a loss. Unfortunately, it just takes as much of our strength and power just to hold these lands, but we need help. There's no way that we could even hope to slow down, not so much stop an attack should Waikar come back. In a scourge that is perhaps a millennium in the making. We need help, and no help has arrived. In fact, when I heard the horns, I was hoping that perhaps you might be from Carthage, but alas, only a few. I know it is presumptuous for me to ask, knowing so little of you, but these are desperate times. We need people here in the Mistlands. We need people to know that Wakir could come at any time. Waikar. I can't even remember the name. It's that.
You can call him the Undying one if you want.
The Undying one. That's a good one. I'll call him the Undying one. The Undying one's ferocity is an unknown to us and could scourge the entire lands of Terrinoth in but a few days, weeks. We need you, if you can, to go to these places, to the northern baronies, to Carthage, to seek out aid for us, lest we would be completely obliterated by the Undying One's rage. Those who we've sent already, messengers and couriers, either have not made it or have disappeared into the mists. I need people that are reliable and can deliver a message that the northern baronies will understand. Our last hope for the Mistlands, as you can see, is disappearing into the mists. I know I barely know you, but I can't let an opportunity like this pass me up. You look like capable and trustworthy people, and I'll be honest, I have no choice to the ulterior besides putting my faith in you if you do this.
You know how far away Carthage is?
You passed through it on your way.
We passed through it. Okay.
Yeah, not the centre of it, but Greyhaven
No.
is kind of on the edge. It's one of the most
hugely out of the way.
It's one of the most northerly baronies. Yeah.
So it's not like we'll be going further away from a goal.
Yeah. Artemis might add that if the barons themselves haven't responded, then perhaps a message needs to go to the Citadel instead.
Well, it just sounds like a noble cause, but what do we think? I mean, we can go to the... We have links with the Citadel if Jane comes back. I mean, we are already on the quest. Can we do another quest? He kind of looks with blood slightly down his face towards Hannah and Luther.
You're in a sort of safe-ish courtyard here. There's a solid gate, and you feel like the presence of people on the walls gives you a certain sense of security. There's a fire nearby and food bubbling on a pot. So this feels like a safe-ish place.
You're welcome to rest here for what rest you can get. And I know that what I ask is... I have no right to ask you of this, but I'm afraid I must. Accept or decline, the choice is yours, but if you do, you'll be doing a great service, not just to myself and to the Mistcloaks, but to the entire of Terrinoth, whether they realize it or not.
You have helped us and given us safety, and we shall do the same for you. We can pass through Carthage and pass on your message. We have one in our number who has links to the Citadel and can pass on your message for you without too much issue.
You have no idea what a relief it is to hear that spoken. The mists here and the Undying One's words have a way of draining even the most powerful wills, but a scrap of hope can go a long way. Please, the Citadel needs to know.
Who shall we say the message is from? 'Cause I don't think we've asked your name yet.
You have not. I haven't even asked yours. I'm very rude.
She's
Artemis,
preoccupied.
yeah. Artemis Coronellin, captain of the Mistcloaks.
Countess Coronel.
Nice to meet you, Artemis.
Pleasure. Might you tell me your name? Sorry, so wrapped up in this madness, I forgot to even extend that base courtesy.
I am Luther. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
I'm a Venus de Silvio Store. It is not normally this. Out of sorts, as you were to say.
I think I've heard of you.
No, have you? But the word has come of the Scarlet Bard. Has it come to the Mistlands?
I remember. Sorry, small lapse. No, back in the south, I remember you toured once through Lorraine.
I mean, did I? Probably, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know where Lorraine is. Sure.
It's a county in the south of Terrinoth. I'm
It's
establishing
near a
that.
port that does lots of trade with Lorna, so it's
Okay.
absolutely
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I've heard tale of the Scarlet Bard.
Great to see a fan. Give me a minute, and I can raise morale.
Well, just between the two of us, if you could do something about them, I think, especially the archers up in the towers get especially gloomy this time of year.
I could see what I can do.
That lapse in seriousness, like Artemis smiles to herself for that, but afterwards it's like, yeah, seriously.
Let's be grim again.
But first, some food. I think I smell some.
Yes, of course. Where are my manners? We don't exactly have perhaps what fine tastes yourselves and your elf compatriots are used to, but we will provide as much as we can for you. We even have an infirmary too, if you need to get some of those wounds looked at.
That would be a good.
It's fine. I'm just glad to be out of that city.
Yes, it was not nice, but
So
the food was good.
I don't believe I've heard your name.
I'm sorry. It's Sybil. Sybil Quarantine.
Quarantine? Sybil? Has been a long time since I've seen one of your name.
I recognise the name Coronellin.
How are the quarantines? How fares the house?
Nothing's been right since Julian died.
I heard it pains us all.
Mother's taken to grief, and I just never really saw much of anyone else. But there's no point dwelling on my problems. We should eat something. I'm starving.
Yes, you didn't eat much at the Venus, Lady Vitus, and Lady Vitus's.
Yes.
Vitae?
I didn't much feel like eating. But you said there's an infirmary, and perhaps Luther can help. He's very good with that sort of thing.
Happily.
Cool.
Well, we'd
He's
appreciate.
a man of very short words.
He's a very good healer. He's kept us alive.
I can see from your taciturn nature that you're surely competent. We'd appreciate all the help we can possibly get.
Have you seen anyone else out in the mists?
Have I seen anyone else out in the mists?
No, but you do have scouts out there. So if you did, you could say that you'll keep an eye out for someone.
We'll keep our eyes out. Are you looking for anyone in particular, Sybil?
One of our companions, the marshal, he had to go out into the mists for something.
Oh yes, it was a strange thing for him to do. You won't miss him.
Right. Well, so Artemis kind of gives a really confused look to that.
He should have a donkey with him.
Right, you won't miss him, as in you won't miss the guy.
Yeah.
He's hard to miss because he's big and obvious.
Hard to miss.
Oh, right.
Hard to miss, rather than...
Oh, sorry. Was it the wrong?
We don't,
was it
we don't miss him at all.
I was like, don't worry, you won't miss him.
Don't worry, Sam.
that
I
now-
don't care.
Shit,
Is that not the phrase?
I can see that you truly have trust in your comrades if you can jest in so dire a situation. We will keep an eye out for him. We'll keep a wary eye out for him. Some of our best pathfinders are out at the moment, and I doubt anything could pass her by.
Good. Yes.
I know it's presumptuous for me to say, Sybil, but as a fellow Corin, if there is anything that you do wish to speak about, know that the Corinellans are always willing to listen.
That's very kind of you. I think I just need some food and somewhere to sleep at the moment. Are we
Well,
safe
let's get
here?
started. Yes, you are safe here. As safe as you can be in these parts of the world. I will endeavour to make sure that you are safe for as long as you stay here, and you have my word on that.
Let
Right.
us forget that we are in a dire situation and let us eat.
Food it is. So you all have the chance to rest and recuperate a bit at this last bastion of the Mist Watch. Anything in particular that anyone wants to do? So what's arguably going to happen here is you guys are going to be here until Chain arrives, picked up by one of the scouts, and then you can continue on your journey south. So you'll probably be here a couple of days. So it's a good opportunity for you to rest and meet the people here and have a chat with them and plan for your journey south again. So is there anything that anyone wants to flag that they might do or contribute or try and accomplish in that time?
Is Ada here?
Not currently.
Who is Ada?
She's out scouting. But she will be around at some point. So, okay. Just to clue everyone in, Amy ran a campaign once. It was set in the Mistlands. It unfortunately never managed to finish. But two of the characters in that campaign were Artemis and Ada. Ada was my
Who played
character.
Ada?
Ada was my character. Which is why she's not here. Artemis was obviously Cameron's character. I couldn't resist having a little nod to that campaign here at the end of you guys being in the Mistlands. So,
Because we are in the Mistlands.
We've got to weave them all together. We've got to weave them together.
Weave them all together.
I might pick up the story again sometime though, because I would really like to finish it.
I was when
Or redo
Tom gave me the brief for this and was talking about like all the dire straits that we're in, and Artemis and Ada kind of holding out in this small place with a handful of people. I was like, if there's nothing like all this is a perfect setup to a forlorn hope campaign for Artemis and Ada to try and hold back the Mistlands in like this kind of.
Yeah. If you wanted to do what is effectively zombie apocalypse, forlorn hope situation, this is.
It depends on how this goes.
Yeah, Vermintide.
Yeah.
Just to clue you in, why? There you go. There's the in joke. There's the in joke.
Yeah, as to why I'm randomly here. That's it.
That's why I get it.
I'm
Makes
just
sense.
the NPC
I
person.
didn't even question it. I was like, yeah, he's here to listen. Why not?
That is what
Well,
Cameron
I
would
was
do.
like,
I think he does also like listening.
I was like, when is Cameron going to come in? like,
Yeah.
who is he going to be? Is he going to be Akaran? What's going to be? What's going to happen?
I was
gonna be-
going to have him be more discreetly here, but then I thought it's not fair if Cameron doesn't get to listen at least.
Yeah, I was like, haha, what's going on?
What's going on?
Who are your characters?
Okay.
I know what Ven would like to do.
Yes.
Ven would swap stories and kind of like just trying to see what they do, like how many people they come across, if anybody else like comes across, if it's usual for people to be in the Mistlands, like where the people come from, if there's any stories like of their like homelands and stuff. They're from different places, and it would just be kind of like intel gathering, basically.
Okay. Cool. I think that's a really good thing to be doing, and sounds very much like a plan.
Is there a library here or any books or archives whatsoever? No.
The largest library known to Terrinoth.
I would
this
say
one tower.
I would say potentially what lore they have managed to salvage from various keeps and libraries. So there probably is some stuff, but this remaining group is probably more focused on surviving and defending than preserving knowledge at this point.
I'm afraid when we abandoned the Mist Keep, we were unfortunately far more interested in getting provisions and people out than any of our tomes. Although I suppose they might still be there.
Ready to be rescued.
Well, I wouldn't suggest a rescue party.
Why? What happened? Zombies and shit?
That is a close enough assumption, yes.
Shit.
The thing is, I don't even know how Amy's campaign ends, so we're kind of just playing with we're rolling with it at the moment.
No one
yeah.
knows.
Playing with the law.
I've got it written.
Playing with the canon.
I know what happens.
Yeah, we're in a weird place where we're ahead of the end. So
Yeah.
I've improvised that ending.
Tom's improvised because he doesn't actually know how it ends.
So then they now cannot die.
Yeah, so Artemis and Ada
Yeah.
cannot
Yeah.
actually die.
Yeah.
It's not actually possible.
Or are they undead?
Dun, dun, dun.
I could actually just be a vampire that is just completely. Yeah.
Deceiving.
Sure.
A very nice vampire,
So,
not an evil one.
Beatrice she was nice.
Luther, anything that you want to flag that you'll be doing during this period of a pause or a break while you're here?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
No.
I think Hannah will spend some time talking to Artemis and some of the other Mist cloaks to really gain a true picture and the story of what's happened here, so that she can pass on the message and really know what's happened when she passes that on.
Would there be a specific person in the Citadel that I'd tell them to try and speak to?
The Warden. They're just called the Warden.
Mm-hmm.
They're arguably responsible for the defence of Terrinoth, and all such things. So that's who the message would want to go to. Okay. Well, that is where we'll leave it. I saw your message there, News. Very good. We'll resolve that. Sorry. That's where we'll leave it. Thanks everyone for playing. That concludes Chapter 4, Court of Blood. Well done. We did it. You did it.
Yeah.
You accomplished your goal and came away with the Dagger of Carn. Who has the Dagger of Carn?
Me.
Okay. Ven and Hannah. Why is it always you two? Could you please roll a d10?
Oh, because are we holding bad shit? I wasn't holding any shit.
That you know
What
of.
did you get, Amy?
3.
Yeah, true. Oh, you got 3 like I did.
What did you get? Did you get 3 as well?
No, I got 24, but I got 3 in the roll at the beginning.
D10.
24.
D10.
D10, not D100.
Oh.
Crikey.
I was like, that's impressive. Plus 14. So,
9.
9. Oh, goodness.
Still high.
It is high. Somehow you're almost overtaking Amy.
Oh, God.
oh, high's a
What
bad.
am I being corrupted by? What did I... Oh, I did hold the sword for a little bit. I did carry the sword, yeah.
Is he figuring it out?
Shit.
Cool.
Figure it out.
So there was that. Good. For the session, everyone give yourselves 15 XP. Not
everyone.
Artemis.
15.
You can have
Amy,
this
you can
XP, but it
overrule
has to be like in chronological order. So like it would be
You
added
get at the end.
in
I get
this
it off.
year.
Can you just change the campaign, Amy, so that it's after this? I mean,
Alright. And also, for completing Chapter 4, I know most of you have only just got this one, but everyone gets another ability point.
Haven't even spent the first one.
So
You get another ability point.
Second ability point for
Ooh.
completing Chapter 4 and coming away with the first of the 4 Umbral Blades. Well done, everyone.
Would also like to point out, none of you technically know what the dagger and the vial I was given are. Because I said it all in Lormorian.
That's true.
It was just handed shit.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Also,
that's the end of
do
the session.
we know
Just,
Luther's last name? Has he never told us?
Does he have one?
Don't know.
I don't think he has one.
Wow.
Right.
That's fair.
I'm going to stop the recording there, though. No, do that one first.